Good morning, Dorian. Good morning. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for January 26, 2023. If you wish to speak today, please stand and raise your right hand. Please stand. GC, do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you very much. Please silence all electronic devices.
Yeah.
Our first case is on page 18, case number CE 22100070, case address 2231 Northwest 9th Court, owner Amelia Judith Castaneda, posted at property 122722, posted at City Hall 112-2023. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 22100070, case address 2231 Northwest 9th Court. This property was first inspected on 10/5/22 and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. The gravel driveway is not being maintained. There is overgrowth of weeds throughout the surface and it is not well graded and even. 9-305B, the landscape at this property and swale is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover throughout. 9-313.A is complied. 47-34.1.8.1. There is an illegal land use occurring at this property. There are several watercraft trailers and vessels being parked and or stored on the property on the front, sides, and rear. This is non-permitted per the ULDR for this RMM-25 zoned residential property, and 24-27B is complied. Inspection report was posted on the property on 10/5/22 and also mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 1/24/23 and the violations still exist. There has been communication with the property owner who advised he would be addressing the concerns. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a fine of $25 a day for each violation thereafter.
Is the respondent here for 2231 Northwest 9th Court?
No worries. Good
Peace and
morning.
blessings.
Please state your name for the record.
Raul Edgardo Quinones Jr.
Okay. Are you in agreement with the city's request for 35 days to come into compliance or fine of $25 a day?
Yes, please.
Okay.
At this moment, I have only a few more left. And by the time we come back in 35 days, everything should be in comply.
Okay. We appreciate your cooperation.
Right.
Thank
Thank you very much. Peace and blessings.
Thank you.
Next case, page 43. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 22050240, case address 1405 North Andrews Avenue, owner AMBT Corp. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/24/22. One section complied at $50 per day, $700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Will the respondent for 1405 North Andrews please come to the podium?
Good morning, Your Honor. City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, Inspector Bernstein, case number CE 22050240. Property address 1405 North Andrews Ave. As of today, all violations are in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. The city is requesting full imposition.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Adi Cohen.
Okay. And the city, you have a $700 fine. What do you want to tell me?
I was out of town, out of state, basically, for emergency family issues. And just I was not in control of the property at that time. I had bad tenants. I had to evict.
Okay.
I went through a lot of hardship.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing else.
What are city costs on this one?
City cost on this is $499.16.
Okay, I'm going to reduce the fine to the city's costs, okay? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 41, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 2204-0529, case address 1136 Northwest 8th Avenue, numbers 1 through 3. Owner 1136 Northwest 8th Avenue, LLC. This case was first heard 10/11/22 to comply by 11/1/22. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $2,100 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2204-0529. Property address 1136 Northwest 8th Ave. As of today, all violations are in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows that shows violation as depicted is in compliance. City is requesting full imposition.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Gordana Ullman. My husband passed away on December 11th. And prior to that, he's been managing and taking care of our property. And on October, I have his death certificate, by the way. And October the 13th, he had a car accident that the vehicle was totaled. He was able to comply with the city, but we were late for 21 days. I'm asking a reduction for this.
Okay, all right. All right.
If you like, I have a copy of his death certificate to show you.
I take your word for it, ma'am. I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, I'll reduce the fine to $500.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 46. Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 2204-0415, case address 2060 Northwest 30th Avenue. Owner Jefferson Cherubim, first heard 8/25/22 to comply by 12/1/22. One section complied at $50 per day, $2,750 accrued. The city is requesting $810.
Do we have a respondent? Please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Jefferson Cherubin. I am the owner of the house, and this is my tenant, Mrs. Sharma.
Anaisa Sharma.
Okay, are you in agreement with the city's reduction in fines to $810?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're asking that you please approach the podium when you hear your case address announced. The next case is on page 59. Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 2206-0132, case address 912 Northwest 13th Street, owner Heatley McLaren. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section not complied at $50 per day, $3,500 accrued. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,150 accrued, $4,650 total accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 2206-0132, property address 912 Northwest 13th Street. This case was first heard in October 27, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 21 days to correct all violations of property. At this time, the landscape is the only remaining violation. A notice of hearing was posted on property on January 6, 2023, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 19, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting the full amount of fines to be imposed.
Please state your name for the record.
Laura McLaurin.
Okay. How long do you think it's going to take to get the rest of the property into compliance? It looks like you made a good start here.
The property is in compliance. The only part that's not, done is the side to the gate. What have happened, Your Honor, I lost both my fiance and my brother back to back, so to be honest, I wasn't even.
Could you guys turn up her mic? I'm having trouble hearing her. Thank you.
I lost both my fiance, my brother 9 days later. I wasn't even in the country. I just came back and realized all these mails and went through it and saw all of these.
Okay, how about if I give you 35 days to bring the rest of the property into compliance? Okay?
Yes, yes,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
thank you. We're going to give you another 35-day extension,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
or the fines will continue to run after that, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 7, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22070288, case address 157 Southwest 37th Terrace, owner Lysandra Carpenter, posted at property 152023, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good morning, LaShondra Carpenter.
Where's my inspector? Oh.
Good morning, Special Magistrate.
Good morning.
Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22070288 for the property located at 157 Southwest 37th Terrace. This property was first inspected on July 13th, 2022, and cited for the following violations: 9-278E complied, 9-304B, there are vehicles/trailers parked on the grass, lawn area, and the driveway is not maintained in a good condition. It is not well graded. There are potholes in the surface and is faded. 9-305B complied. 18-4C complied. 47-39.8.1.B.6B complied. 634 is complied. A copy of the inspection report was posted at the site, and another copy was mailed to the property owner per Broward County Appraiser's Office. This property was inspected multiple times until the pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 21st, 2023, which shows the violations remain as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply for violation 9-304B at $25 per day thereafter.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are you in agreement with the city's request for 35 days to bring the property into compliance? It looks like you made a good start so far.
Yes,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you.
So 35 days or $25 a day thereafter.
No problem.
Thank
you.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 33, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22050429, case address 1031 Southwest 29th Way, owner Damian Lewis and Kalita Sharp. This case was first heard 8/25/22 to comply by 9/29/22. One section complied at $25 per day, $2,850 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Special Magistrate, Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22050429 for the property located at 1031 Southwest 29th Way. This property was first inspected on May 15th, 2022 by Inspector Pat Gavin and cited for the following violation: 47-34.4.B.1. There is overnight parking of commercial vehicle and/or trailer at this location. This case was heard at the August 25th, 2022 hearing, where the magistrate found for the city and gave 28 days to come into compliance. The violation remained until brought into compliance on January 23rd, 2023, as depicted in the photos being displayed. The city is requesting that the fines be imposed as read.
Hello,
Please
Your-
state your name for the record.
Yes, Your Honor. My name is Kalita Sharp.
And why did it take 114 days after the time limit that you were allowed?
So, yes, Your Honor, as I stated the last time I was here, is that, there's only one income in the household. There's only one income in the household. So
coming up with the fence money was much more than I anticipated. You know, I did pull a permit. I didn't realize the permits were so expensive. And buying the material alone for the fence was quite expensive.
This is about a commercial vehicle.
So,
No, yes, it's got to be, part of her compliance was to create an area to be screened from view, to screen the commercial vehicle. So she pulled the permits for it, and she just got the work completed as of the 23rd.
Okay, I see that.
yes, so I didn't realize that the cost was so expensive. I opted to do that because otherwise it would have been about $650 a month to store my trailer. So I opted to try to put it at the side and conceal it, not realizing how expensive. It cost literally about $3,500 to place up the fence. And I didn't even include the permitting fees. So I'm asking that you can have leniency with the cost, because right now it's just tough to maintain as it is.
Yeah. Okay, anything else?
The city's not opposed to
What are the city's costs on this?
$718.
Okay, I'll reduce to city costs of 718.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 69, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 21050738, case address 2442 Tortugas Lane, owner Erica and Fidel Amor, first heard 0422 to first heard 042822 to comply by 72822, suspended 82522 through 112422. One section complied at $50 per day. Total accrued $1,400. The city is requesting $758.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer. Case and address as read. The property was previously brought before the magistrate on 4/28/22, where the magistrate found for the city and ordered 91 days for compliance or $50 per day. A reinspection was conducted at the end of the 91-day period on 7/28/22, and the property remained in violations and fines began to accrue. A subsequent special magistrate hearing was held on 8/25/22, and the special magistrate granted an extension and stay of the fines for an additional 91 days. A reinspection was conducted at the end of the 91 days on 11/26/22, and the property was found to be in compliance. The permit was completed. At this time, after speaking with the respondents and my supervisor, the city is requesting to impose the admin costs in the amount of $758 due to the delay in the construction materials needed from the project. The property owner did obtain a permit, did work diligently. However, fines did accrue between extensions.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. This is Erica Moore and my husband Fidel Moore.
Okay, are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to city costs of $758?
We would just ask, we're in agreement, we would just ask if maybe that could be reduced in itself.
Say that again.
We're just requesting maybe if those can be reduced additionally, just because we tried, I know we had a material delay and we were working diligently to get this done. My husband did not also understand that during that time, he was under the understanding that maybe code enforcement was supposed to ask the magistrate himself not to impose those violations before that hearing for the extension. So that's when those violations had accrued. So we're just asking for a reduction in those administrative costs if possible, since we were doing what we could and we are not a repeat violator offender.
Let me add, the last time that we were here, we were already in compliance. And we asked that if we were to finish within that 91 days extension, we wouldn't have to come back and there wouldn't be any fines imposed. So that's where the little bit of confusion was. And during that period between the two extensions, I had communications with the inspector, and it was my understanding that they would ask the special magistrate to schedule or extend. And then that's when I came back the second time here.
All right, I'll reduce it to $575.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just a question, I'm sorry, is that going to be an order that we can get a copy
You'll
of?
get an order in the mail, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 58, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 22020917, case address 1614 Northwest 11 Terrace, owners Karen Cook and Sharon Cook. This case was first heard 4/28/22 to comply by 6/2/22. one suspension at 6/14/22 through 9/13/22. 5 sections complied at $25 per day, $6,050 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and this is in order to vacate and rehear.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read. Just 1 second. Okay, this case was first heard on April 28, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 35 days to correct all violations at the property. The case reappeared before the special magistrate on June 14, 2022, for a second time, and the judge granted a 91 days extension. This case reappeared a third time in November 9, 2022, where the magistrate imposed the fines. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting no fine to be imposed.
Okay. All right, please state your name for the record.
Karen Cook. Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm assuming you're in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so I'll vacate the prior order and impose no fines.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 30. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22120011, case address 1435 Northwest 6th Street, owner Miguel Pilgrim. This case was first cited 12/1/22 to comply by 12/3/22. One section complied at $250 per day, $1,250 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline was 12/16/22, and a citation appeal was received.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22120011, case address 1435 Northwest 6th Street. This property was first inspected on November 30th, 2022, and the following violation was observed. 18-1, there are bees or a hive located within a cement building wall at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such a manner that the property is or may reasonably threaten or endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. Citation was posted to the property on December 1st, 2022, given 48 hours for compliance due to the property being vacant. An email was also sent to the property owner and his legal team advising of this finding, along with a copy of the documents explaining the violation and how to correct it. Affidavit of posting along with copy of the citation was given to admin staff for processing. A reinspection was conducted by Senior Inspector Jolly on December 3rd, 2022, and the violation remained. I visited the property again on December 5th, 2022, and the hive was still present. Nothing had been done to correct it. On 12/8/2022, I received an email from the owner's legal team advising the issue had been addressed, and upon my reinspection that night, I was able to verify compliance. City is requesting a full imposition of the fines.
Hi, please state your name for the record.
Good morning. Christy Armada on behalf of Miguel Pilgrim, the property owner.
Okay.
Yes, I agree with the inspector. Notice was sent to my office on the day the citation was posted. I immediately responded informing them that Mr. Pilgrim was overseas in Tanzania. Within 1 to 2 days, he had contacted the hive specialist, and by the 8th or by the 8th of the 7th, the hive was removed. We took immediate action, despite my client being overseas while it was happening. We're asking that the fine be reduced.
Anything else from the city?
No.
All right. You know, we have a lot of property owners that live out of the country or that travel or whatever, and it's still their responsibility to keep the property the way it should be, and to comply with the code. I understand once you got involved, you know, you moved with diligence, but it's still their responsibility to maintain the property. So I'll do a reduction to $950.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, page 51, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22020894, case address 405 Northeast 3rd Street, owner Chip Holdings LLC. This case was first heard 4/12/22 to comply by 5/10/22. There are 2 suspensions noted on the agenda, 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $13,200 accrued. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
I'm sorry,
This is a request for an extension.
what were the fines? I wasn't aware the fines had started to accrue. What are the fines?
Total fines, $13,200.
There is also a case that travels with this one. It's 22020816.
We have to handle them separately.
Okay.
All right. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 22020894, located at 405 Northeast 3rd Street. This case first came before Special Master on April 12, 2022, where evidence was presented and magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on February 24th. So far, 12 re-inspections have been done to the property, and unfortunately, there's no compliance at this time, Your Honor, for the vacant lot being used as a parking lot.
Okay. Good morning again. State your name for the record.
Christy Armada on behalf of the property owner Chip Holdings.
Okay. Why hasn't anything been done in all this time?
Your Honor, that is not the accurate representation of what is happening. Site plan application to pave the parking lot was filed and submitted to the city immediately upon immediately upon being served with the notice. I should say that there was a bit of a delay because we had to hire engineers, landscape architects, what have you, lighting specialists, but a site plan application was submitted. The issue my client has an easement, a driveway easement recorded in the public records on the property immediately to the west of these 2 gravel lots. That property is also part of a site plan application that is in the process of being approved. There's a dispute between the parties and conversations with the city regarding use of the easement property as opposed to the property owner's development on the easement property. They stayed our application. They will not let our application to move forward because of the dispute and because of the competing applications. But constant attention is being paid to this parking lot and to this project. This is not my client's sitting on his hands. He's trying to develop the property. He's been trying to develop the property since the first notice. And our application has been stayed, and they have told us that the parties have to resolve the easement dispute before the application to pave the parking lot can move forward.
So what are you asking me for?
We are asking for an extension. We've been asking for 3-month extensions throughout the process so that we can get some progress with our site plan application. Our planner is communicating with code enforcement. I was not aware that fines had started to accrue.
Okay. Is there any objection to giving her another 90-day extension?
Your Honor, thank you. Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. As the inspector stated, this has been going on for a year. There's an easy way to comply the case, which is to stop operating as an illegal parking lot pending the private dispute. I would just, if Your Honor is inclined to grant another extension, I think we need some specificity from counsel as to what's actually being done to resolve the civil dispute that is precluding the city application from going forward.
Okay.
Your Honor, stopping or discontinuing the use of those lots as a parking lot will put the Top Hat Deli, that is not in the photos, out of business. These are the parking lots that serve that restaurant, and there is nowhere else to put the cars for the patrons of that restaurant.
But if you're going to develop the property, aren't they going to lose the parking lot anyway?
We are hoping that other developments in the area will already have been developed and we can arrange with certain arrangements with them. Because if you note, this parking lot is what we use. The property to the west is under site plan approval and whom we're in dispute with. The property to the east is also under construction.
Okay, but counsel makes a good point. What are you doing to resolve the dispute?
Yes. It is because the project is in the RAC, It is in under a special section of the code where once they get DRC approval after 30 days without having been called up to commission, their their site plan application is approved. We have been meeting with commissioners, with staff, to discuss the inconsistencies with the neighboring project and the recorded easement. Meetings have been happening consistently for the last 2 weeks, and we've been in constant communication with the city attorney's office and staff before our efforts to get commission involved. What we're doing is we're trying to get the project called up so that the city won't approve development rights that are inconsistent with my client's easement rights.
Okay. All right. Anything else, Council? All right. I'm going to give you a 63-day extension and a notice to reappear on my docket of March 30th.
Can I request that the fines be stayed?
Pardon?
Can I request that the fines be stayed?
The fines will be stayed during that 63 days, but you will have to come back at some point and address the ones that have already accrued. Okay? All right. Thank you.
Next case, also page 51, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22020816, case address 409 Northeast 3rd Street, owner Chip Holdings LLC. This case was first heard 4/12/22 to comply by 5/10/22. 2 suspensions noted on the agenda, 3 sections not complied at $100 per day, $13,200 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Fines continue to accrue, and this is a request for extension.
Your Honor, it's the same story, 405, 409, both vacant lots being used as a parking lot, ma'am.
Okay. Unless you have anything to add, Council, I'm just going to rule the same way for this property.
I'd also ask that fines be stayed on this project as well.
Yes. Okay. 63-day extension, notice to reappear.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 21080893, case address 5727 North Federal Highway, owner Charlotte Kilpatrick Living Trust, Philip Morgan trustee. This case was first heard 8/25/22 to comply by 10/27/22, 1 suspension at 10/27/22 through 12/1/22, 1 section complied at $50 per day, $1,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number is CE 21080893. Case address 5727 North Federal Highway. This property was first inspected on August 31st, 2021, and heard at the magistrate on August 25th, 2022, where the magistrate found for the city to comply by 10/27/22, or a fine in the amount of $50 a day per violation thereafter. On 10/27/22, a 63-day extension was granted. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted, and the remaining violation, which was 47-20.20H, is now in compliance, as depicted in the photos for the record. So the city is requesting a full imposition of the fines, and there are the attorneys here to speak about that.
Good morning.
Good morning. Tom Tatum, attorney for Mr. Morgan, who is the trustee of the trust that owns the land.
Okay, what was the delay for?
I am going to ask the representative of the tenant who actually owns the improvements on the land to address your question as to why the delay.
Good morning, Janae Martinez, property manager. We had delays due to the weather. We had a lot of rain, and the asphalt needed to, the ground needed to be dry before they sprayed it, and then it needed to stay dry for 48 hours afterwards. With the rain that we had throughout October, November, and December really put us behind. But we were working on it every single day that we absolutely could.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing else.
All right.
On behalf of Mr. Morgan, we would ask that the fine be at least reduced based upon the explanation that you just received from the tenant who actually owns everything that was the subject to the violations.
Okay. I'll reduce the fine to $950.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was $950?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Next case, page 53. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 220803332, case address 918 South Rio Vista Boulevard, owner 1203 Southeast 11th Court LLC, in care of Joseph M. Baluka Jr. Esquire. This case was first cited 08/11/22, issued 9/26/22 to comply by 11/25/22. One section complied at $200 per day for a total of $4,050 accrued. The city is requesting $459.46. Appeal deadline was 10/11/22. No appeal received, and this is in order to vacate and reimpose.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 220803332 for the property located at 918 South Rio Vista Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on August 11, 2022, and cited for the following violation: 47-21.158. There were several trees that were removed, cut without first obtaining the required permits from landscaping department. On September 26, a civil citation notice was posted on the property and also sent via certified mail to the owner or representative outlining the steps and how to come into complying. We actually allowed 60 days to come into compliance. We gave them time. Courtesy notice was posted on the property on August 16. Contact was actually made with the representative and property owner, and compliance has been achieved, Your Honor. Pre-hearing inspection was done through Excella, and research was performed to confirm that the violation has been brought into compliance. As we said, the city is requesting $459.46 out of the $4,050 that have been accrued.
Okay. Sir, please state your name.
John Shear.
Are you in agreement with the reduction to $459.46?
Yep, we are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 36. Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 220700419, case address 1046 Northwest 3rd Avenue, owner 1046 3rd LLC. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/6/22. 5 sections complied at $50 per day, $7,050 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, everyone. Inspector Jean-Claude Noel for the City of Fort Lauderdale for code compliance, presenting case CE 220700419 for property located at 1046 Northwest 3rd Avenue. This case was first heard on 10/27/2022. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at the property by 11/6/22 and 11/24/22. The violations at this property has been brought to compliance as of 1/4/22, and the case was non-compliant for 34 days with fees of $50 per day for a total of $7,050. The city is requesting full amount to impose for the $7,050.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Shalom Rubinstein.
Okay. Why was there such a delay in this matter?
We haven't received that. Personally, we were not aware of anything until December 29th, 2022. So that's the first time we saw the post on the property. We never received any letters until the first week of January.
Ma'am, he did explain that to me. I did go back to the admin, spoke with admin, and we do have documentation for all the times that was posted to the correct address. So I don't know how he received the mail late, but everything was posted to the address that was listed on BCPA.
This is the only time I got the certified mail was the first week of January 2023. And I'm in the property once a week at least, and I haven't seen anything.
I will say, Your Honor, after he contacted me after the hearing, immediately he started working on the property to get it complied. So we were in contact, communication ever since. But as soon as he got contact with me, we started working together to get the property in compliance.
So I want to add that when the inspector first showed up in July, the tenant there was in eviction process, and I think she called the city, obviously. And she never let us know about any issues. We bought the property in February last year, and we didn't have access to the property until she moved out after her eviction process. It was September 19th. Once she moved out, we fixed it ourselves, and without even knowing about the violation. And the inspector was there without us knowing, and he saw that everything except the exterior was already in compliance without even our knowledge of the violations. So we asked for, basically once we were aware, everything was in compliance.
Okay. Anything else?
He's correct. While doing a re-inspection, I went to go talk to the original complainant and called her. Apparently, she had already moved out, but I still went back to the property, saw the new tenant, asked him permission to get in, to go inside the property, and everything was complied for those the dates that I complied for the things that were inside the property. But there's still things that were outside the property that were not in compliance.
Okay. All right, I'm going to reduce the fine to $4,200.
42. We out.
Yeah.
We were not aware of anything until the 29th.
You know, I understand that, but when you have tenants in the property, I mean, once you get to this Massey hearing, it's already been found that you've been properly served. So, it is your responsibility to keep up with your property.
The second time it was served, this shows that it was served in a different address, 1046 Northwest Andrews Avenue. But not even our property, so I'm not sure we were ever served even. This is from the city. That's the second time it showed that it was posted there. So the first time we suspect the tenant actually, she maybe saw it and threw it away because I'm in the property once a week. There's no way I would have missed it. And the third time it was served, it was posted, that's when I saw it.
Are you saying that it was served at the wrong address? Yes.
The second time. It's on the city property. And the third time, that was December 29th, 27th, we saw it.
All right, I'm going to reduce it to $3,500, and that's it. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
3,500.
Next case, page 72. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22060330, case address 524 Northwest 21st Terrace, owner Kodos Investments, SA LLC. This case was first heard 10/11/22 to comply by 11/15/22, one suspension at 12/13/22 through 1/26/23, two sections not complied at $50 per day, for a total of $2,800 accrued. The fines continue to accrue. This is in order to reappear.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22060330, case address 524 Northwest 21 Terrace. This case was first heard on 10/11/22, where Magistrate Purdy ruled in favor for the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by 11/15/22. Case was heard again on 12/13/22, and Magistrate Hansbrough granted a 44-day extension with a notice to reappear for today's hearing. Pre-hearing inspection was done on 1/24/23. All three violations remain. A check of the system revealed the permits still have not changed from the awaiting client reply stage. City is requesting 28 days to obtain permit issuance and a notice to reappear.
Say that last part again?
28 days to obtain the issuance of the permits and a notice to reappear.
Okay. Sir, please state your name.
Sebastian Bernick.
Okay, are you in agreement with the 28 days?
We need more time because we working with the city
And the architect.
and the architect doing all the papers. I asked at least 60 days because, you know, between we leave the papers in the city and they respond, we come back and we don't have nothing the next time.
Okay.
I think the inspector stated that the permit was waiting client reply. That would be you guys.
Yeah, but they have four.
Sir, did you state your name for the record? You
Edwin
need to
Cullen.
state your name for the record.
Edwin Cullen.
Okay. Go ahead.
We have four different stuff we need to do. When the city hall give us the paper, the blueprint back, we send it to the architect, and we had to change this. So the architect take time because everybody is busy. So that's always to see if you can give us at least a 60 date.
Okay. Any objection from the city?
We're sticking with our 28, but it's up to you.
Okay. All right.
By this time, we know we're gonna have everything correct with the city hall and the architect. The architects now, they have 20 job, and you call them, they don't answer the phone. And
All right. I'll give you 35 days, but this needs to get done, okay?
thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Next case, page 48. Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 22030257, case address 833 Southwest 14th Court, owner Henriette G. Marquell. This case was first heard 5/26/22 to comply by 9/1/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $7,300 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. This is in order to vacate the violation order of 5/26/22.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22030257 in reference to the property 833 Southwest 14th Court. This property was initially cited on March 5th, 2022, and brought to the magistrate hearing on May 26, 2022, where the magistrate found for the city and imposed a fine of $5,800 for a citation that was issued under section 24-27B. At this time, the city would like to request a withdrawal of the subject order and no fines to be imposed on the subject violation. The property was brought to compliance in reference to the other violations pending, and as per the photos depict, at this time the city is, as per the photos depict, the property is now in compliance. The city is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $7,300.
Okay, please state your name.
Andrea Marco.
Okay. Ma'am, why did it take so long to get the property into compliance?
May I say something? My name is Jill Del Judas. I'm here for her. She didn't realize what was going on. I have been helping her maintain this property. I did all the work for her for free. When I contacted Mr. Manuel and I asked for more extension to try to get this done, he allowed me, and I finally got it up to code. And she's indigent. She doesn't have any money. She has 2 handicapped children that live in an assisted living, and I did my best to help her.
Okay. All right. Yes.
So the admin cost is $1,040, but the city has no objection as far as whatever decision you would like to make.
Okay. I'm going to waive the fines.
Thank you very much.
You're
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 16. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22070565, case address 1421 Northwest 1st Street, owner KP 1461 City View LLC, City View Twin LLC, posted at property 12/27/22, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Good morning, Inspector Quintero Jr., presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 22070565, case address 1421 Northwest 1 Street. This property was first inspected on 7/26/22, and the following violations were observed. 47-19.4.D.8 is complied. 47-19.5.E.7. The chain link and iron fence at this property are in disrepair and not being maintained as required. There are sections which are not secured, damaged, or missing, bent, or are rotting. 47-21.11.A, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover throughout the property and swale. 18-12A is complied. Inspection report mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records on 7/26/22. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 1/24/23, and the violations still exist. There has been communication with the property management company, and I met with him, and we went over, what needed to be done. They're doing their job, to try to keep it clean as best they can, but looks like they just need some more time to get these issues corrected. So we're requesting 28 days or a fine of $200 a day for each violation.
Please state your name for the record.
Joseph Parkman.
Are you in agreement with 28 days?
No, ma'am. There's a little story behind the property. We acquired the property on 6/27. This property was not maintained from the previous owner for years. The one fence that he's regarding is not our property. It's the vacant lot, which we are trying to get in contact with that owner. Mr. Quintero said that he's been in contact with that lady because her her trees are actually growing into our fence and destroying our fence. So we're trying to get in contact with that. I'm new to Florida, so the swells and all the things that he's talking about, I'm still doing research to find that. We actually moved into the property because it was in really bad shape, 65 units, 20 evictions, 15 people not paying rent. Since then, we've started a painting of the property. We've hired a new landscaper. We've done a lot of stuff.
How much time would you like to get?
It's a lot of work to get under control, so I was looking for at least 90 days.
Well, you may have a lot of work there, but the fence and the landscaping shouldn't take 90 days.
Well, the thing,
That's what we have left here in front of me.
well, the landscaping has already started. We've hired a new landscaper. He's coming, but there's a lot, like with the swells and stuff, we have cars that are parking from our neighbors, and we're not just gonna put in sod so they can run over the swells again and kill it. So we're trying to find a way. I'm gonna be heading to landscaping to understand what we can put there that would be, efficient for the swells. My thing is we're painting the building. That's gonna take 45 days to do. It's 6 buildings. It's 2 blocks. It's like a block of property. It's not a single family home that could just be done like that quick. Our bids are coming in at $18,000 and $20,000 to do the landscaping for this property. We know that we need to get it done, but once again, we need to, we just can't, we have 20 tenants that are paying rent right now. So cash flowing, plus we don't want to put in a lot of money for landscaping while all the painters and the people that are improving the property, the rails, the things like that are going to be damaged, flaking paint's going to be into the landscaping. So we're asking, we know that we're going to fix it, we are going to fix it, but we just need a little more time to do it. It's not just a pallet of sod. It's going to be like 10 pallets of sod. It's going to be bringing in a fence guy, bringing in the gate guy. So all of this is in our plan, but 28 days or 35 days is not enough time for us.
Anything else?
No.
All right. Because you're new to the situation and this, I'm going to give you some leeway, but I'll give you 63 days.
Okay.
Or a fine of $200 a day, and I'm going to give you a notice to reappear. So I can, if there's a problem, if you complete it in that time, you don't have to come back.
Okay. So there's no fine imposed right now, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So 63 days, and if we do
$200 a day
After that.
thereafter, yes.
and then I'll just stay in contact with the inspector.
Yes.
And we're here just like I said. They flew us into from San Diego and I actually live at that apartment to get it ready for like 90 days. So it will be, we'll do our best to get that accomplished.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, page 63, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 2208-0022, Case address 646 Northwest 14th Way. Owner,
How about 60?
LA Castle Group LLC. This case was first heard 11/9/22 to comply by 12/7/22. One section complied at $50 per day, $2,450 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Inspector Quintero Jr., presenting on behalf of the city. Case number CE 22080022, case address 646 Northwest 14 Way. This case was first heard on November 9th, 2022, where the magistrate ruled in favor for the city and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at the property by 12/7/22. Pre-hearing inspection was done yesterday on behalf of the property owner who contacted me, and the violation is now in compliance as of yesterday. She repaired the fence. And she's here to explain, what took so long. We're requesting a full imposition of the fines.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Susana Cruz.
Okay, why did it take so long to fix the fence?
Back in last August, I fell very, very ill. I've been out of state and I've been having family tend to me. I've been going to multiple doctors for several months. I just found out on Monday that there was an issue with the property, and immediately I called him multiple times to start to get it fixed. And everything was fixed within 2 days.
Okay. All right.
And it's correct. She once she became aware of it, she called me, was on Monday, and
Okay.
by yesterday it was
What are our city
done.
costs in this?
City costs are $718.
All right, I'm going to reduce the fine to city costs of $718.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Is it possible that there can be a reduction in the city costs?
I'm sorry.
Next case, page 47. Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 2202-0090, case address 2201 Southwest 14th Street. Owner Marvin Durand. This case was first heard 4/28/22 to comply by 7/22/22. There are two suspensions noted on the agenda. One section not complied at $50 per day, $5,250 accrued. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $6,250 accrued, for a total of $11,500. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22020090, reference to property 2201 Southwest 14th Street. This property was initially cited on February 3rd, 2022, and brought to a magistrate hearing on April 28th, 2022. At the subject hearing, an order was issued for 63 days or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter. The case was brought back to the magistrate hearing on July 28th, 2022, of which a 91-day extension was granted. Again, the case was brought to the October 27th, 2022 hearing, of which another 14-day extension was issued. As per the photos depict, the property remains in violation. At this time, the city is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $11,500, which will continue to accrue until all violations have been complied.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Marvin Duran.
Okay, why aren't we complying this property?
The swale is been an ongoing issue for me. With where we park, the water situation is the main reason why the grass keeps dying there. I need to install, I guess, a sprinkler system or something to keep water on that front grass. It's really expensive. I've done the grass 3 times. I've redone that swale at over $1,000 just about each time. It keeps dying. I put down seeds and whatnot. I'm trying to see if that's gonna grow without excessive water use. The water bill is crazy at the house right now without running sprinklers. So I did my due diligence. I tried to get every other violation cleared, and I'm still trying to get this swell situated. I told them I was gonna do the patches, like where there hard patches, but he told me I need to do the entire swell. So that's why I'm like, I didn't do the patches because I figured it wouldn't really make, satisfy you guys to do it partially. So I'm trying to get the whole thing done once.
Your Honor, the property owner has been advised that he has to remove all the vehicles that he keeps parking on the swell for the swell to rejuvenate itself and then grow back. Yes, grass needs to be added to the area. Granted, this case has been since February of 2022. We're going over a year at this point. It's just grass that needs to be laid out. And the vehicles, arranged for a certain period of time till the grass cures on the ground, and then be able to park there again and just maintain it over time.
So I do agree, to an extent with that. But if you noticed since the last hearing, I'm on the curve. The one side, I totally redid that swell, and I haven't parked on it since the last hearing. I spoke to one of the other inspectors. He wasn't here. I showed him the pictures. That grass is still there. It's brown. It's not totally dead, but we don't park there. And I can't not park. We have cars. There's no, the other side we designated for parking. It's like 3 spaces where it's dying out. But the other side, since the last time when you were, you had your wedding or whatever the case, we put that grass has been there since that last hearing. And it's when it rains a lot, it turns green. Currently right now, it's totally brown, but I can't keep water on it constantly for it to stay green all the time, and it's going to be the same when I bring it around the other side. But that side we park on, so I don't know exactly what to do.
Anything else?
Grass needs to be watered.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the only thing that I can say on that.
Okay. All right, I'm going to impose the fine.
The $11,000 fine on the property for the swell? That's crazy.
So just note that it's not just particularly for the swell, it's for the other violations that also accrued fines. At this time, the 11.5 is going to continue to accrue until the swell has been complied. Once the swell is complied, then the fines will stop accruing and the case will be complied.
How many fines I'm getting fined for more than the swell, you're saying right
So you had other violations on
It
this
took
property.
you 93 days in order to get the vehicles removed from the property.
I didn't remove any vehicles. I needed a tag registration on one vehicle, which it just wasn't on. I have all the same vehicles. I haven't removed any cars. I'm in compliance with my cars. I had a violation for a tag, and I put that on. I don't know.
Right, because that's a big chunk of your fine right
Yeah,
there.
so I didn't have any derelict I had a fine for a derelict vehicle, but it's because someone stole the decal off of my tag.
It was for parking on the grass, sir.
Or parking, okay, so parking on the grass
Vehicles
was,
and trailers parked on the grass.
Okay.
yeah,
Fines
that was
imposed.
resolved a long time ago with the rocks that was put down the first time. So I'm confused about the timeline.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Next case, page 14. Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 22070641. Case address 4020 Galt Ocean Drive. Owner, Atlantic Ocean Club Condo Apartments, Inc. Posted at property 11223, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good morning again. Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 22070641. Case address 4020 Galt Ocean Drive. This complaint was first addressed on August 10th, 2022 in reference to some large exhaust fans on the roof of the condo that were in disrepair. I made contact with with Mr. Atkinson, who is in charge of the construction project, and I inquired about the exhaust fans, and he advised that some of the fans were not operable and that they will be addressing them. They were currently doing another whole construction project. I'll let him speak about that. I cited them for 9-280E the exhaust fans were not working properly at that location. So he did send me a proposal via email, along with some other paperwork, and currently there is a permit in the system, and it's being processed. Has not been issued yet. There's been some changes or revisions that need to be made, and I'll let him address that as well. So as right now, the city's asking for 35 days to comply, or a fine in the amount of $100 a day thereafter.
Please state your name for the record.
Hi, David Atkinson, owner's rep for Atlantic Ocean Club.
Okay.
We do have a large construction project out there, but this is not related. This was actually a maintenance item that they had on their
Okay,
list.
so are you in agreement to fix the exhaust fans within 35 days?
The exhaust fans have all been replaced. Out of
Okay.
the 8 exhaust fans, 2 of them are intermittent. Right now, we have a little electrical issue with the circuit. It's being addressed. It'll be done by next week. In the meanwhile, we haven't had a permit issued yet. There's some requirements for return air and some code issues that are for a newer code level than when these were put in originally. The mechanical engineer is addressing those. Because we do have the mechanical engineer that needs to still do revisions to the plan, and it may also incorporate a few site visits, and the fact that we have inspections that need to be done after the permit's issued, we're asking for 60 days to comply. I just talked to the mechanical contractor before we got here, and that was what he told me to ask for.
Any objection to 63 days?
No, there's no objection with that. However, I would definitely ask for mandatory reappearance.
Okay. Okay, 63 days or $100 a day thereafter, and you'll reappear on my March 30th docket.
Agreed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor.
Explain this situation, how long this has been going on. My name is Ron Stanger. I'm a unit owner at 4020 Gulf Ocean Drive, apartment 403. I have been in this building for 6 years. I have worked and maintained many things in this building. I served as a board member for 2 years, so I'm very familiar with the building. I'm retired now. I have been an industrial air conditioning contractor in New York City for the past 25 years, and so I'm very, very familiar with everything that is in these high-rises. My particular apartment is 3-stack and also a 4-stack. Back in July of last year, I noticed that there was no exhaust in my apartment, which affected cooking and bathroom exhaust.
Right, and I found that the violation exists, and I've
Right.
given them 63 days. They're on my radar now. They're gonna reappear in front of me. If there's a problem, they'll get fined.
Yeah, and I mean, I have all the documentation. I don't know if you need this, but it also appears that just because of this coming to court now, just yesterday I received a $1,000 fine from this board just for interfering, claiming that I interfered with this building by making
Yeah,
complaints. and so on and so
unfortunately, there's nothing I could do about that, but I would encourage,
But I wanted the record to see that,
you know, you all to work this out.
right?
And I will see them back on my March docket. And if they're not contesting the fact that the violation exists. You know, they tell me it exists, they tell me they're fixing it, so I'm gonna have to give them a chance to try and do that.
I understand.
Okay?
Yeah, being a professional with this, I'm well aware of codes. I'm well aware that these are health code violations because ventilation in a building affects people's health. And so it was very serious. I alerted the board many, many times before even making this complaint to the city. And it was just totally ignored for a long time. But again, health violation.
Okay, but now they're on my radar.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Next case, page 19. Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE22. Okay. We'll come back to him. Next case, page 62. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., Case number CE 21050457, case address 981 Northwest 16th Avenue, owner Sandra Strong. This case was first heard 10/11/22 to comply by 12/13/22. Two sections not complied at $25 per day, $2,200 accrued. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Morning, Inspector Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city. Case number CE 21050457, case address 981 Northwest 16th Ave. This case was first heard on 10/11/22, where the magistrate ruled in favor for the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct the violations at this property by 12/13/22. Pre-hearing inspection was done on 1/24/23, and violations 9-304B and 9-305B remain and continue to accrue daily fines. City is requesting full imposition.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Sandy Strong.
Okay, can you tell me why this property still hasn't been brought into compliance?
Did I speak with you? I think I spoke with you.
Yes,
Okay.
we've talked before, and you called the other day asking if you needed a permit, but it's still in violation, so.
Okay. Okay, you're asking me why?
Please speak into the microphone.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've had a lot of hardship. Very, very. I lost my mother, and then I lost my husband, back to back. I don't live in the property. That's my mom's home. And it was gifted to me, an inheritance. I have a tenant there that said that he was going to maintain the landscaping. He failed to do so. I'm willing to bring the property up to code. As a matter of fact, I was on, I think it's the one on 6th Street and 9th. I spoke with the people there several times. And a contractor also went there, and he's having a difficulty pulling the permit. He said because the property is so old. Now, that's what they actually told me that this morning also.
Say that again.
He told me, someone there told, well, actually it was my uncle, Johnny Alexander, that also stated that they couldn't pull the permit to do the swell because they couldn't use the papers that they carried down there. That's what they told me. Because someone is telling me that they need a permit to do the swell, then some people are saying they don't. I don't know which one it is. I don't.
She seems confused about the process.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you there. I mean, she'd have to speak to the permitting department.
Do I need a permit or not? That's the thing, because some say yes and then some say no.
It depends on the scope of the work that's gonna be performed to correct the violation. So
Whether,
it depends if they're gonna tear it all out and replace it completely, then it would need a permit.
So he can actually pave on top?
Everything, like you're saying, you'd have to go to the permitting department and ask them directly, depending on
But
the scope
someone has
of
already done that. They have done that. You don't have that in your records?
I do code enforcement, not permitting, so I don't have that information for permitting.
Ms. Strong, I'm going to give you a 42-day extension and suspend the fines during that period. And I suggest you get in touch with the permit department if you have to go down there in person to do it and have them explain the process to you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, page 19. Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 22110031. Case address 5596 Bayview Drive. Owner Louis Aguirre. Joseph Michael Dossie. Posted at property 11423. Posted at City Hall 11223.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22110031, reference to the property 5596 Bayview Drive. This property was initially cited on November 3rd, 2022 for the following violations. 8-91C, there is a mooring structure in disrepair at the rear of this property. Areas of the mooring structure were found to have no support for the pilings and broken pieces. In this condition, it is found to be unsafe and it is in an unsatisfactory condition. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-280B has complied. 9-280C has complied. 9-280H complied. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its swell. 18-11A has complied. 9-280G has complied. Reinspection was performed on the property and found that the property remains in violation. City is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $150 per day per violation thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
Joseph Dossi. Mr. Guire has passed away. He's no longer with us, so.
Okay.
Okay. When was the reinspection done?
The reinspection was done on January 12th.
Okay. I received with the notice of a violation and hearing, the letter states that I had until the 22nd of January, this past Sunday, to put everything in compliance. Everything was in compliance. The only thing was the piling, and coincidentally, I had called Mr. Garcia because there was, technically, I didn't understand something there, and it's been removed. It was removed before the 21st.
So you're saying the property is completely
Yes,
in
ma'am.
compliance
Yes, ma'am.
now? Okay, so I'll just give the 28 days and you can go out and re-inspect.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Or
Thank you.
$150 a day thereafter.
So just so I understand, it's 28, I'm sorry. how many?
28 days.
So just
come
for
into
them to come out and inspect.
28 days for you to come into compliance. So if they come out next week and it's not in compliance, you've got the rest of that 28 days to bring it into compliance.
Okay, fine.
All right, thank you.
Next case, page 64.
Thank you. by the way.
Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number CE 2204-0267. Case address 631 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner Altamise Jones and Michael Thompson. This case was first heard 9/13/22 to comply by 11/15/22. One section complied at $25 per day, $750 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So there's three cases, all the same owner, all the same thing. This one's 267, you said? Okay. Inspector Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city, case number CE 2204-0267, case address 631 Northwest 9th Ave. This property was first heard on 9/13/22, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, where the property owner was ordered to correct the violations by 11/15/22. Case was brought into compliance on 12/15/22. At this time, the violations are in compliance. City is requesting full imposition.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Yes, Michael Thompson.
Okay, it looks like the landscaping, you didn't comply for 30 days after you were told to?
Yes, at the time of the violations, it was my grandfather's property. He passed away last month, and the property was given to me. I was helping my grandfather out to the most I can to get everything in compliance. So everything is good now, but I think he underestimated the amount of time it would take. He was ill around that time, and yeah, so he was on a fixed income, and I was trying to help him the best I could, and we got it done, but it was 30 days late.
Okay, all right,
He was in contact with me throughout the time.
all right. I'm gonna
What he's
waive
saying
the
is true.
fines.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You got two
Stated.
more.
Have two more. Next case, page 65. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 2204-0258, case address 635 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owners Altamise Jones and Michael Thompson. This case was first heard 9/13/22 to comply by 11/15/22. One section complied at $25 per day, $750 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Inspector Quintero Jr. on behalf of the city, case and address as read. Same thing as the previous case.
Okay,
Same.
I'll waive the fines.
Thank you.
Last case, page 64. Case number CE 2204-0015, case address 639 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Althemise Jones and Michael Thompson. Case first heard 9/13/22 to comply by 11/15/22. One section complied at $25 per day, $750 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Okay, I'm going to waive the fines again. Just state your name for the record on the last two cases.
Yes, Michael Thompson.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 21050672. Case address 1107 Northwest 17th Avenue, owner Bob and Steve Development Corp. This case was posted at property 1623, posted at City Hall 11223. Is the respondent here for 1107 Northwest 7th Avenue?
Negative.
Northwest 17th, 1107 Northwest 17th Avenue. Is there a respondent?
Okay.
Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't hear.
Next case, page 29. Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22100224, case address 419 Southeast 19th Avenue, numbers 1 through 4. Owner 419 Southeast 19th Street, LLC, posted at property 11323, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, case and address as read. A complaint was received on 10/6/22 and an inspection was conducted the same day. The property was cited for the following: 47/20/20H. The parking facilities are not maintained at this property. The asphalt is broken in some areas, wheel stops are in need of paint, and the parking stripes are faded. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior wall that have missing and peeling paint. A re-inspection was conducted on 11/12/22 and the property remained in violation. Case was referred to the special magistrate. As of January 19th, 2023, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Sir, please state your name.
Don Carney.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
Can you give me 60? I just paid property taxes and insurance, and that's the only reason why this stuff's not done already.
Any objection? Okay, 63 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next case, page 24. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22100210, case address 401 Southeast 20th Street, numbers 1 through 4, owner 401 Southeast 20th Street, LLC, posted at property 122822, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good morning, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 2201-00210 for the property located at 401 Southeast 20th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on October 6th of 2022 and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, complied. 18-4C, there's a derelict vehicle, motorcycle, and/or trailer parked or stored at the swale or on the property. 9-280B has complied. 47-20.20.H1, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking facility, including but not limited to the swale right-of-way area, is in state of disrepair. The area has holes and requires to be patched. The parking facilities within the property needs to be resurfaced and restriped. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA on October 6th, allowing time to come into compliance. I believe contact has been made with the property owner or representative. Special magistrate request form was sent on December 1st for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspection was done on January 23rd, and pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations still exist. Your Honor, the city is requesting the following. For 18-4C, city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance, and for 47-20.20.H, 35 days to come into compliance. representatives here with us today.
And what's the fine after that?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The city's requesting, if it's not in compliance, a $50 fine for each of the violations that exist. Photo submitted into record for evidence.
Okay. Please state your name again for the record.
Don Carney.
Okay, do you have any objection to the city's recommendation of 10 days to remove the vehicle and 35 days to do the parking?
The vehicle's already been removed there. The vehicle in the picture there is not the same vehicle that we originally cited for. Those vehicles were torn up, wrecked without tags. They've since been removed from the property. The only thing I have to do right now basically is a parking lot. That's gonna cost me about $4,000 to do, and then I ain't got no money. So, 60 days would be cool.
City
right.
does not object.
All right, I'll give you 63 days for the parking facility, and 10 days for the bike.
Appreciate it.
All right,
Thank
thank
you, Your
you.
Honor.
Next case, page 57, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 21060120, case address 1417 Northwest 12th Street, owner Von Seal Jackson. This case was first heard 2/24/22 to comply by 4/28/22. There are 2 suspensions noted on the agenda, 5 sections not complied at $25 per day, $18,375 accrued. 2 sections complied at $425 per day, $4,775 accrued, for a total of $23,150. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. This is in order to vacate and rehear.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2106. Case and address as read. This case was first heard on February 24th, 2022, and magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 91 days to correct all violations at the property. The case reappeared before the special magistrate on June 14, 2022, and the judge granted the 91 days extensions. This case reappeared a third time before the magistrate on September 13, 2022, and 35 days extension was granted, and for a fourth time on 11/9/2022, and the fines were imposed. At this time, the pool is in compliance, and a hearing notice was posted on property on June 12, 2022, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on A notice of hearing was posted on property on January 12, 2023, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 18, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The property owner is here, so I would give him the time to speak right now.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Minerva Parks Door. My name is Von Seal Jackson.
Okay, and why is it taking so long for the property to come into compliance?
Well, number one, she is legally blind, number one. She only has one fixed income. I'm helping her. I'm the only one help her. I just got a job because I was out sick with COVID, and also when this COVID thing is going, I lost my job. So I just started working and got a permanent job now, making, the hours are here, but I've been helping her out. Even the pool cost us like $1,200 to fix it, to get a pump and all that. I bought grass, but the grass, when the guy bought it, it was dead. So I have to rebreed the grass, and I also got my fence. Somebody's fixing the fence now. But he was talking about putting some gravel right there in that parking spot, but that ain't gonna work for the car to be parked there. So I'm trying to figure out what can I put there to.
Okay, does the city have an objection to a further extension?
Your Honor, the city would not object to an extension, but we want to make it clear that's gonna be the last and final extension.
Yes.
And we want it to be a 30 days 35 days extension.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would just add that the fact that there are no numbers, address numbers on the property, that's a safety violation.
It is. They're on the mailbox. They're not on the top of the house because I just did I just did the fascia boards. That's the only thing got to be painted too. I just did the fascia boards, but on the mailbox, it is numbers on the mailbox.
Yeah, but it needs to be on the property, so it can be
I know that, but
from the streets.
I took it down to do the fascia board. She don't have nobody else to do that. I have to find people to put it up. I'm the one doing it. So her income, and I'm just starting to work, and that's kind of difficult. And like I told her, if he give us more than 30 days, it will be done because I have to sacrifice and do it.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a 10-day extension to get the numbers on there, and a 35-day extension to complete everything. And I'll suspend the fines during that period, so they won't continue to run, okay?
Also, Your Honor, one last thing I wanted to add on to this case, because I had lots of complaints in regard, it's kind of like a backyard club going on in the back of the property, and also that there's a lot of noise being going on from the property. So we just want to put that in the record so property owners can be aware that it is illegal to have a backyard club, and also it is illegal to have certain amount of noise be made after 10 p.m. So that does not create a disturbance to the next door neighbors.
There's no club back there. That's our area where my kids and us go out and we had a pool back there. So the man came out the other day and he said that he was closing the case because he'd been sitting out in front of our yard for the last 3 days. There is no noise. So I don't know who keep calling that, saying that, but when my family get together, yeah. But the guy came out and closed the case and he said he doesn't have no noise retardants. Also, the city came and did a noise retardant a while back, and he said the same thing. The cop come out there, he said the same thing. There is no noise. As long as the noise don't come past the gate, there is no noise tolerance. The noise cannot go past the gate. The music or whatever cannot go past. And he gave me the thing to put on my phone to know when the noise is, and you limit it down. But he also said he cannot tell us who we can have in our backyard because we have a pool, and sometimes I have a party. So that's the way it goes. But I'm here helping her out as well. So, you know what I'm saying? She don't have the funds and I don't have the funds. We just not starting to have the fund.
Okay.
So it's more than 30 days.
Your Honor, if I may, I do have a meeting with the complainant on Friday coming up at 10 a.m., which is tomorrow. So I will go over there and speak to that complainant, and you know, she's also willing to grant access to her property to hear the noise and see whatever else is going on from the backyard.
Okay, you're on notice that this is going on, and we appreciate your cooperation. That isn't I don't think that's in front of me today, but you're on notice, so you may end up with another violation if it turns out to be correct. Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
So we only got 35 days to bring it in compliance?
Yes.
Today's just put the letters
And
up
10
there.
days for the numbers.
Put it up.
All we gotta do is.
Yeah, that's for your own safety. If
It'll-
a fire truck has to come there, they need to be able to see the numbers.
So really, all we got to do is the grass, the fence, cause all the facial boards are done. He didn't say nothing about
There's
the
not
facial.
that much left to do.
It's just a little bit that's left to do.
Yeah.
I've been there 30 years. I ain't had no problem with nobody.
We have to come back to court to do it.
No, you have to comply it within 35 days or the fines automatically start again, okay?
So yeah, you'll have to
And
come
then
back
you'll have to
eventually
come back
to deal
and
with the fines.
Address the ones that have already accrued.
I said, yes, ma'am, you'll have to come back eventually, once you're in compliance, to address the fines.
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 47, Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 21100122, case address 2800 Northwest 20th Street, owner G.W. and Helen Leslie. This case was first heard 3/24/22 to comply by 7/22/22, one suspension of 7/20. Yes, I think she's in a wheelchair. Yeah. This case was first heard 3/24/22 to comply by 7/22/22, one suspension 7/28/22 through 11/17/22, 4 sections not complied at $25 per day, $7,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. The fines continue to accrue.
We need to state our name now.
Sorry, I was just,
Go ahead.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 2110-0122, reference to property 2800 Northwest 20th Street. This case was initially cited on October 5th of 2021 and was brought to the magistrate on March 24th, 2022. At that hearing, the magistrate ordered 120 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter. The case was brought to the magistrate again on July 28th of 2022 for a request of an extension, of which the magistrate issued a 112-day extension. At this time, the property remains in violation, as per the photos depict. City is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $7,600, which continues to accrue until all violations have been complied.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Helen Leslie.
And my name is Gene Leslie.
Okay, we have tried to work with you and gave you a couple of extensions, but it doesn't look like anything has been done to the property.
That's not true.
Well, I don't know when his last time was out there
Please-
that he took pictures, but
All right, sir, I can't hear you. You got to speak into the microphone, so you're going to have to kind of do it between you and talk one at a time.
okay, I don't know when his last time that he was out, but I have been doing things. He had part of the code violation that I got was for, I guess you say, either derelict or stored vehicles on the property. All of those has been moved away. Then he had me cited for unpainted fence and all of that, and peeling, and some parts missing off of it. That has been corrected. So, you know, so I don't know as far as to when he was last there to check.
Looks like I have pictures from Saturday, January 14th.
Okay, well, some of this here, some of the fence area and all that was done after January the 14th.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, I do want to mention a few things, because I hear him stating the concrete fence on the exterior. It's the entire property that needs to be painted. It's all of the exterior surfaces on the property. It's not just the front fence. There is still, there has been a level of progress on the property. I'm not gonna speak against that. But the case has been ongoing since October of 2021. Fines have already accrued at this point. If once he complies with everything, he can just come for a lien reduction and just have the fines, if need be, reduced.
May I say something, please?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Katrina Jordan, Code Compliance Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I am going to request an extension on behalf of the city because I want to get with our Housing and Community Development Program to see if there will be some funds there that can possibly assist the property owners in bringing the property into compliance.
How long do you think that will take?
I'm around 35 days to at least get an answer back.
Okay. All right, I'm going to give a 35-day extension. I'm going to suspend the fines during that time. And Katrina is going to try to work with you to try to get the property into compliance, okay?
Okay, but could I say something?
63, I'm sorry. 63-day extension.
Okay, can I say something, please?
Pardon me?
Could you just ask the officer to come back out? Because we have done quite a bit out there this week. As a matter of fact, we was working on it last night. I had blood clots. Been diagnosed with blood clots 3 weeks ago. We have been working even during that time, and even last night we worked on the property.
I
The boat has
understand.
been removed and quite a bit. I just want you to update your photographs for me, please.
Yep, I understand. And they're going to try to work with you and help
Okay.
you, okay?
You've been more than lenient, I must say, and I thank you.
Okay.
And we're not proud of what it looked like,
All right.
but
Good luck to you and good health.
yeah, but we usually keep our property up. It's just that we've been going through a lot of health issues. and we were changing over the paint and all of that, but we didn't get to do all that because
Okay,
of the health issues interrupt that.
all
But I
right.
just want to thank you for your patience and thank you for your extensions.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So,
All right.
Your Honor, just to advise them, it's not 35 days. We bumped it up to 63 days, okay? So you have 2 months now, not one. And we're gonna come out to the property and we're gonna bring you all the paperwork regarding the program that our department manager referenced.
Okay, and we should expect that expect that by when?
Yeah, we'll give you a call. I have your phone number on the case anyway, so I'll give you a call if anything.
Okay, all
Okay,
right, thank you.
good luck to
Not a
you
problem.
both.
All right.
Next case, page 17, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22070660. Case address, 2200 Northwest 6th Place, owner, 2200 Northwest 6th Place LLC, posted at property 122722, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good morning, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 22070565. Case did I grab the wrong one? No, 22070660, sorry. I have the wrong paperwork in front of me. Oh, I just didn't change the thing, okay. Case number CE 22070660, 2200 Northwest 6th Place is the address. Property was first inspected on 7/23/22 and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on this property and/or its swale. It's a recurring violation of case CE 210800348. 9-280H1 is complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property and swale is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Inspection report mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records on 7/31/22. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 1/24/23, and the violation still exists. There has been communication with the property owner who advised he would be addressing the concerns. However, due to him not being aware earlier during the course of the case, it would just take a little bit longer to correct. We're requesting 28 days or a fine of $50 a day for each violation.
Sir, please state your name.
Good morning, Benjamin Figge. I'm the owner.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property in compliance within the next 28 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, 28 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 63, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22020178, case address 828 Northwest 14th Way, owner Scarlett Martinez Hisiano. This case was first heard 08922 to comply by 91322, one suspension of 11/9/22 through 11/23/22, one section not complied at $25 per day, $3,025 accrued, one section complied at $25 per day, $375 accrued, for a total of $3,400. The city is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
Morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city, case number CE 22020178, case address 828 Northwest 14 Waves. Property was first heard on 8/9/22, and the magistrate ruled in favor for the city, where the property owner was ordered to correct the violations by 9/13/22. Case was heard again on 11/9/22, and Magistrate Flynn granted a 14-day extension with a stay of fines for the owner to make the necessary corrections. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 1/24/23, and violation 9-305B remains, and fines continue to accrue. The owner has made no attempt to contact me during the course of the case. City is requesting full imposition.
Please state your name.
Scarlett Martinez.
Okay, why is this property not into compliance yet?
Because I was requested to get a right of walk assignment, and then the city helped me to get an exception for that, and that took about 1 month. So I get my final inspection in the half of month of this December. Yeah.
So what are you asking for? How much time do you need to bring the property into compliance?
15 days?
15 days?
Yeah.
Any objection?
I mean, she got an extension last time, and we explained to her last time what needed to be done, and it's just simple. There's some gravel on the swale that wasn't supposed to be there. It's supposed to be grass, and, you know, she just has to correct that. So, I mean, we're just.
But I have to put grass in the both sides as
Yes,
well?
and that's why it's still in
Okay.
violation, running fines.
Okay, and one question. In the right side, can I put asphalt as my neighbor or not?
If you get a permit from the city, if the city allows you to with the same permitting process, then you can, but you can't without a permit.
Okay.
Only grass unless you get permit.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to grant you the 15 days, and you can check out the permit situation. I'll suspend the fines during that period, but then they're going to begin to run again, and you're going to have to come back and address the fines. All right, please take care of this.
It's 14 days, right?
14 days, right?
Okay, thank you.
Next case, page 56, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 21080175, case address 601 Northwest 22nd Road, owner Betty Soul Food, Inc. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/29/22. One section not complied at $50 per day, $1,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. The fines continue to accrue.
Okay, how much was the fines?
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21080175, property address 601 Northwest 22nd Road. This case was first heard on October 27, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 63 days to comply with violation 47-21.11.8 and 190 days to comply with violation 47-20.20.h. At this time, all violations are in compliance, and the city is requesting full amount to be imposed. The landscape become in compliance as of yesterday.
Okay, and you're requesting the full amount to be imposed?
Correct.
Okay. Sir, please state your name.
Cedric Taylor.
Okay, can you tell me why it took you so long to get the property into compliance?
Ashley came down here from Georgia to help my mother. My mother been going through cancer. She just turned 70 on the 24th, and she hasn't been able to keep up with the changes and the upkeep of the restaurant. So I came down here. We actually put in a lot of work to get things up and going. So only thing I can say is I don't know, have some type of consideration for what she's been going through, because she's been there for as long as I've been alive. So
yeah.
I'm just looking for some type of help, and I think the fines are adding up pretty big, and it's a lot. It's a lot, and it's just me and my brother just trying to get things back on point for her.
Your Honor,
Yes,
the city would like to waive the fines, please.
yes, okay. We'll waive the fines.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck to your mom.
All right,
and
thank you a lot.
Sorry, Special Magistrate Julio Davila, Co-Compliance Supervisor. Just wanted to add one thing. There's some other issues with the property. You know, we've been seeing people going into the dumpster area and rummaging through there and things being left out there. And there's another case on the property. So if you could just either get in touch with us or get with us, and so we can be able to address some of those other things that are happening, and good luck to you.
Okay, we just put a bunch of lights out there. We put cameras out there. So everything's gonna be fully secured. We put new gates by the dumpster. So it's a lot of work has been done. And
Yeah,
more
we've
work
seen the
is
progress.
in the process as well. So everything's gonna be completely A100. So.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye.
All right, thank you very much.
Next case, page 61, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 22080543, case address 2305 Northwest 6th Place, owner MMR Florida LLC. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/8/22. One section not complied at $25 per day, $1,225 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day. $175 accrued for a total of $1,400. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exensis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 2208-0543, property address 2305 Northwest 6th Place. This case was first heard in October 27, 2022, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and property owner was ordered 42 days to correct all violation at the property. At this time, the landscape is the only remaining violation. Notice of hearing was posted on property in January 6, 2023. And the pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 20th, 2023, revealed as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting full amount to be imposed.
Say that last part again, sorry.
The city is requesting full imposition of fines.
Okay, thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Sonia Cuevas.
Okay, why is this property not in compliance?
Yes, Your Honor. This is a rental property, and we have communicated and given 7-day notice to cure to the tenant. And there's been very little lack of cooperation to a point that we have to extend to an eviction process. And in the meanwhile, due to the lack of cooperation, he's parking on the grass, and it's just a matter of time for us to get the tenant removed and restore the problem. So we'd like an extension.
So what are you asking for?
If we can request a 60-day extension for the eviction to fulfill and restore.
How much extension?
60 days.
I'm sorry,
60.
60?
Yes, to complete the eviction process and restore things.
Your Honor, city will not oppose to an extension, but we first would like to go 25 days. Then, according to, if we see any progress, then we can extend.
All right, 21 days or 28 days?
35.
35, okay.
Correct.
All right, you have a 35-day extension. We'll suspend the fines during that period of time.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, page 45, Inspector Bernstein Sambert. Case number CE 22080324, case address 1708 Northwest 7th Street, owner City House X, Inc. This case was first heard 11/9/22 to comply by 12/7/22. Six sections not complied at $50 per day for a total of $15,000. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 22080324, property address 1708 Northwest 7th Street. At special magistrate hearing on November 9th, 2022, property owner was ordered 28 days to comply. As of today, the following violations remain. 9-304B, driveway not being maintained. The paved driveway paint is peeling. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell. 9-313A, the property is not identified by approved address number. The address numbers are colored to match, are not colored to match, are colored to match the wall, making them not visible. 9-308B, the shingles on the roof are stained and deteriorating. 9-306, there are areas of the exterior walls that have stains and peeling paint. 47-21.16.8, there is a dead tree stump in the front yard. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the following violation. The violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. The city is requesting full imposition.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Diego Arborio.
Why aren't we making any progress on this property?
We already applied for the full demolition. We get the permit number here. We are waiting for the city to approval. We do the full demolition of the property.
You said you're doing a demolition permit? Oh, okay. I'm not aware of the demolition permits.
When was the demolition permit applied for, sir?
Yeah, we get the permit number here, and we are waiting for the approval of the city to.
When was it applied for?
When?
Yeah, when?
Let me see. I think it was 3 weeks ago, but I will check it here. If I provide you the permit number, is anyone can check it this?
Yeah, because we're not seeing any permits in the system.
I have the number if you want.
Yeah, what's the permit number?
2206-0002.
So that permit is waiting a client reply, which means it's waiting for you or a representative to pick it up, their comments. But those permits were applied under the prior owner. So you're going to have to address that as well. So someone needs to pick up the permits because they need corrections.
Okay.
They've been sitting there for a while, but again, those were under the prior owner. So did you all retain the same architect or engineer that
Yes,
the old
yes,
owner?
yes.
Yeah, so you're gonna need to switch that into, the current company's name.
Okay.
But someone needs to come and pick up the permits to correct them. And it's not a demolition, it's a interior renovation.
I'm new in the company, so they say this, we approve for the demolition, full demolition.
Demolition or
Yeah,
renovation?
full demolition.
Oh, no, that permit number that you gave us is for an interior renovation only, and it was applied for by the prior owner. It's not a demolition permit.
So can I ask for more time to take care of this?
So your intention is then to apply for a demolition permit?
Yes.
Okay. All right,
Full imposition, city stance.
okay, all right. How long does it take?
No, he said full imposition.
Full imposition. This case been going on since September 2022. I have no contact from the owners or representatives. I think one time someone emailed me, and I explained to them what they need to do, and
Can I give you all the info, the emails and everything to share the?
Sure, I can give you my contact information. We just want to see progress, and there hasn't been
All
any
right,
progress.
I'm gonna impose the fine, but if you apply for the demolition permit and everything goes well, you can come back and address it, and I'll work with you, okay?
Okay, yep,
All right.
thank you.
Next case, page 68, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 19110589, case address 2160 Southwest 16th Court, owner Tamara Sue Esquivel. This case was first heard 01/12/21 to comply by 014/21. One section complied at $100 per day for a total of $5,500. $59,500. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, case and address as read. This property was previously brought before the magistrate on January 12th, 2021, where the magistrate found for the city and ordered 91 days for compliance or a fine of $100 per day. A reinspection was conducted at the end of the 91-day period on 4/13/21, and the property remained in violation and fines began to accrue. A reinspection was conducted monthly since then, and the property came into compliance on November 30th of 2022. At this time, the city is requesting to impose the full amount of fines accrued, which totals $59,500.
Please state your name.
Good morning. Tamara Esquivel.
Edward
Okay.
Esquivel.
Why was this property out of compliance for so long?
Well, I received the notification shortly after my father's death. This was their property, which both my parents have passed. And we were under the impression, after speaking to everyone involved, that we were getting a permit to redo the windows and get an AC unit, the whole, renovation, and that would be under that umbrella, so to speak, because we were going to do the windows paint the house before putting the windows and such. And so it's just been a gradual thing. We had no knowledge that this was even existed, a problem with it or anything else. I didn't receive any notification.
When did your dad pass away?
November 19th.
November 19th of 2022? Okay.
That's when I received the
Not
first.
2022.
No, 19.
2019?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Please state your name for the record.
Edward Escobar.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there's just a miscommunication, because if it's just about painting the house, we would have painted the house.
We did paint the house.
When we finally realized that there was some violation through code enforcement, we took action. We even reached out to the attorney, Hassan, and we got a reinspection done. And about 5 days later, and it took 5 days because it was raining, we had the house painted. We go to the house every month since he's passed away because we have to cut the grass. We didn't see any notifications. As a matter of fact, this has been an ongoing battle because we did hire a contractor it just came unfortunate with his passing. So we had to hire a contract. This contract went ahead, went vogue on us, took our money. We have been working with the city on a different building, and we've been here ever since. We've never missed it. We would never be disrespectful to miss any hearing from the city.
We never received any notification. Otherwise, I painted it myself. I would have painted it when it originally happened. I had no knowledge. We were dealing with the building part and didn't realize like there was two separate entities as far as a, violation and then a building section. So and like I said, we've been here every time that we were requested to come in because we had a problem with the contractor. But I painted the house myself. So and that was in 5 days after finding out at one of the hearings and speaking to her and realizing, hey, this is a separate issue and this has been going on. Within 5 days, I painted it myself. So I wouldn't have let it go that long if I knew, something was wrong.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance. I do want to point out that Mr. and Mrs. Esquivel, they have maintained communication, both with me and our previous supervisor, Reggie White. What they are saying is true. I actually met at the property one time with the contractor that they had apparently contracted and took off on them. The gentleman was supposed to do all the work. Apparently, no permits were pulled, and I guess that's where the misconception came in as far as like the painting of the property. Yes, the violation was there till it was complied. Granted, what they are saying is correct. They did have a contractor. I met with the contractor. He had shown me documents of things that were being submitted at the beginning of the process. Unfortunately, didn't go through as it should have. So I do want to point that out.
Okay, thank you.
Where's Marco? Marco, what's admin costs? Admin costs are $1,648.
Okay. All right, I'm going to impose admin costs of $1,648. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 1, Inspector Rachel Moore. Case number CE 22060725, case address 1000 Tennessee Avenue, owner Beryl Sargent Estates, posted at property 12/30/22, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Good morning, Magistrate, and good morning, panel. Code Officer Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 22060725, address 1000 Tennessee Avenue. This property was first inspected on 6/28/22 by Inspector Paulette Del Grosso, and the following violations were discovered. Violation 18-11, parentheses A. The pool at this property has green, stagnant water and is not being maintained on a regular basis. In this condition, it presents a health and safety issue for the community and that it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes and is a public nuisance. Violation 9-280, parentheses H, parentheses 1. The concrete fence at this RS 6.7 irregular residential zone property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are broken and damaged slats. The paint is discolored and worn. Subsequent inspections were performed on 7/15/22, 9/17/22, 10/15/22,
and 12/3/22. All violations remained. On 12/3/22, a print form was submitted to Supervisor Davila for magistrate hearing. On 12/30/22, a notice of hearing was posted at the property. As of the pre-hearing inspection on 1/25/23, the violations remained. The city is requesting 10 days for violation 18-11 parentheses A, or $25 per day thereafter. And the city is requesting 28 days for violation of 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1, or $25 per violation per day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael Phillips for the personal representative of the
Okay.
estate. The homeowner is deceased. The property is occupied by the personal representative. Before the homeowner passed away, she applied for the Rebuild Florida Housing Repair and Replacement Program, and they were doing the roof, and apparently while doing the roof, they knocked out the pool pump. Apparently it cost $1,500 to change that. She did not have the money for it. In talking to the inspector before this hearing, we kind of came up with a middle ground where she could, in the meantime, drain the pool and cover it. Because we're actually still working on the roof as of today. With regards to the slats, she is elderly, but she is painting them herself with the help of her nephew, I believe. The only issue we have there is that her neighbors are taking advantage of her. They are using her property as overflow parking every time they have a party. And when they do, the cars back up into the fence, and that's what causes the damage. So all I would ask for is a little bit more time. I do realize the pool is a public nuisance and a potential hazard.
Okay, if they've drained the pool, the pool is in compliance, then you
Yes,
just have to go
we
out
did
and re-inspect, okay? So.
Yes, drained and
And
covered.
covered, yes. So if she's drained it and covered, I'm going to give the city the 10 days to come out and re-inspect, and then they can comply it. She can keep the pool drained and covered and stay in compliance until she's ready to make the repair.
Okay. She hasn't drained and she hasn't done that yet.
Okay.
So that's why I was asking for a little bit of extra time. I know that's a lot less expensive than
Okay,
pool
you
pump.
have 10 days, because I take these pool things seriously, because it's a breeding ground for mosquitoes. Mosquitoes carry disease. Some kid could get in there and drown. I mean, it really has to be done, okay?
I understand.
All right, so 10 days or $25 a day thereafter. What are you asking for as far as repair of the concrete fence?
I believe the inspector suggested 28 days, is that correct?
28 days or $25.
28 days or
I think we're-
$25 a day thereafter. You should be able
I think we're
to.
okay with that.
You're okay with that? Okay, good. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Wanda Equivella, case number SE 22090082, case address 1161 Northwest 19th Court, owner Julia S. Bell.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wanda Aquavella for the city. Case and address as read. The property was first inspected on September 13th, 2022. Pictures were taken, notice was posted. It was re-inspected on September 15th, 2022. The trash remained on the swale. More pictures were taken, and it was removed on September 16th, 2022. There has been no contact from the owner.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Julia Bell.
Okay. What do you want to tell me in support of your appeal?
Well, the trash was put out because I had the dates wrong.
Because what?
I had the dates or the week wrong with putting it out. So that is truly my mistake, my fault. I didn't know that I had the dates wrong, though. When I looked out to see the trash had not been removed, I thought maybe the trucks were full and they would just come back the next day because that's typically what happens when they have too much on the truck. So I just assumed they'll come back the next day. When I looked out, I happened to be working at home and I saw the trash being removed. And that was great. I said, oh, they're moving the trash. But then the gentleman was taking pictures. So I went out and I said, why are you taking pictures? And he said, to show proof that he had removed the trash. I said, well, why? Then he explained to me that I had the wrong week. It was the week next, not the week that I had it out. And I said, well, I wish you guys had notified me. He said, well, we did. I said, I never got a notice. He said, well, they would have put it on your door or on your wall. I said, I never got one. He took out his phone and he said, well, I'm going to show you what we get. I guess you guys send them a copy or email or some type of picture to show what was done.
Yeah, I can see it in this picture right now. It's posted right on the wall.
Exactly. So he showed me that. I said, but there was nothing there when because I lived there, so there was nothing there. So we both assumed that because of the rain and the wind, it must have blown off, and I never saw it. So, but prior to that, when I recognized the trash had not been moved, I actually went around to both sides of the neighborhood because normally there's a sign from the city that tells you when the bulk trash pickup day. So I went on the one side, and the sign is no longer there, but it says like no through trucks. So I went on the back street. The sign is no longer there. It says no through trucks. So when the gentleman, he and I talked, he said, well, the only thing I can tell you to do is just to appeal. I said, okay. And he gave me the information. I called downtown right away. So I didn't call you. I called like downtown. I think I talked to a Miss Levers. I think that's her last name. And she walked me through the whole process, told me what to do. And she said, but don't do anything now, because I was ready to type up a letter. And she said, no, don't do anything now. Wait until you hear from us. When you hear from me, then you write your letter. And that's why I did. So I wrote a nice appeal letter, but it was no me being not trying to notify anyone. She said, don't do it until you hear from me. Because I was already write the letter saying it was just really my fault. I just didn't recognize the actual week that I had to put it out. So it was just my fault. I know it's a long story, but it's
No, you don't give me much to go on here.
I know. I just want to come and let you know, that's all.
All right. I'm sorry. I have to fight for the city, but next time you'll know.
That darn city.
I know.
I thought if I came here and told my whole long story, I could at least say, man, can we split the difference? Can we even split the difference?
I was going with you just for the nicety of it all.
Okay, so not even splitting the difference, huh?
The appeal is denied, so whatever the cost was to
All right. Well, anyway, you gave me a nice day off.
I love optimistic people. Good luck, ma'am.
Next case, page 9, Inspector Rachel Moore. Case number CE 22070408. Case address 430 Southwest 21st Terrace, numbers 1 and 2. Owners, Abel and Sylvia James Revocable Trust. Abel and Sylvia James trustees, posted at property 123022, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good morning. Code Compliance Officer Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 22070-408. Address 430 Southwest 27th Terrace. This property was first inspected on 7/21/22 by Inspector Christina Caserta, and the following violations were observed. 9-280 parentheses B, which was complied. Violation 9-306, which was also complied. Violation 9-305 parentheses B. The landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Then there was violation 18-4 parentheses C, which was complied, and violation 47-20.20 parentheses H, which was also complied. Subsequent inspections were performed on 8/25/22, 8/27/22, 9/24/22, excuse me, and 10/22/22. On 10/22/22, the violation of 9-305 parentheses B, missing ground cover remained, and the print form was submitted to Supervisor Davila for magistrate hearing. Additional inspections were performed on 11/30/22 and 12/30/22. The violation of missing ground cover 9-305B remained. On 12/30/22, a notice of hearing was posted at the property. As of the pre-hearing inspection on 1/25/23, that violation remained as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 28 days or $50 per day thereafter for violation of 9-305 parentheses B.
Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Laura James.
Are you in agreement to bring the rest of the property into compliance within 28 days? Looks like you did a good start on the rest of it.
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you so much for your cooperation.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you.
Next case, page 39. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 21120246, case address 1512 Northeast First Avenue, owner Diane Calhoun. This case was first heard 3/24/22 to comply by 6/30/22. There are 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 4 sections complied at $50 per day for a total of $17,800. The city is requesting $999.28.
Bernstein Sandberg, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, property address 1512 Northeast First Ave, case number CE 21120246. As of today, all violations are in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violation as depicted. The city is requesting administrative costs of $999.28.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Russell Johnson.
Are you in agreement with the reduction to city costs?
I was going to see if they could be reduced even more
Well,
because to comply, because we're still in the construction phase because things are just way behind on everything. I had her spend $1,500 to have the roof pressure cleaned and patched and prime the property just to have it all ripped off in the near future.
there was almost $18,000 worth of fines, and I think it's very reasonable for the city just to get their costs back. So I'm going to impose city costs of $999.28.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
it's worth a shot.
Right?
I just thought I'd ask.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
Next case, page 34. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22021033, case address 680 Southwest 30th Terrace, owner Abril Mayoshi Tuff. This case was first heard 8/25/22 to comply by 9/29/22. 2 sections complied at $25 per day, $1,625 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22021033 for the property located at 680 Southwest 30th Terrace. This property was first inspected on February 15th, 2022, and cited for the following violations: 18-11, which is complied; 9-313 point, which is complied; 9-280H1, which is complied; 9-280B, which is complied; 9-305B is complied. This case first went before the Special Magistrate on August 5th, 2022, where the evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. Violation 18-11 remained out of compliance for 3 days after the given compliance deadline. Violation 9-305 remained out of compliance for a total of 62 days after the compliance deadline. Please see the photos being displayed. The city is requesting
that the fines be imposed as read.
Please state your name for the record.
Real tough.
Okay, why did it take you so long to get the property into compliance?
Money.
What?
I didn't have any money to do it. So,
Anything else you want to tell me?
no, that's the only reason. And then it took a while for the grass to come in through the grass company and stuff also. But it was
Okay.
funding actually.
What are city costs?
City costs are $764.
Okay. All right, I'm going to reduce the fines to $300.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Special Magistrate, we will take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
We were so close, though. We were so close to being done. And then she said 5 minutes. Here, you can put them on here. Oh. No, I'll do it. 203 Northwest. All right, so it is a bit break time. That's, you can have, you want that back? Oh. Who was she? Which one? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. And which one was she? What page? She just wants to. Okay, so we'll do that one first. No? Or just go in order? Right, but I'm saying, yeah.
They always do. So funny story. Way back in the day, we were all, my group was all single and stuff. Would always have these, big gym basketball watching parties. So one of the people that was really into the band, she was nowhere actually, but she loved her dad. And so he would come in and he'd have his picture and went to Dubai. So, again, big gatherings all over. And the whole thing, keep charity. And everyone's like, hey, he's like getting here and all that. So like, scrambling around, standing up, your honor, how are you? So I totally know that. Totally know that. And then everyone's like looking at him. But yes, lawyers are always good for that. Sure.
Had like a little tailgate, and all the other, what do they call them? Well, the other judges. What word do they use for judges?
Let's go with that for right now.
So pounding shots and getting rowdy. Like if we were back in college, you know what I mean?
Hey, what's up, man? We're that close tomorrow.
How are you doing? Good.
I emailed
No, it's a great thing. I love those kind of things.
two addresses, 431 Banks Road,
Depending on
House, it doesn't matter. And 1331 South Federal.
You know, from my times, like
Yeah, that was a new one. We're giving up part of the halfway.
otherwise I've been dying to like sit out one
It's gonna be on our
schedule.
Yeah.
Like sit in the back and just like laugh at it. You know what I mean? Like be that guy, you know? Manners when it comes to this kind of stuff.
It's a good one?
It's a good one.
For Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I know. And 2 days later, the most important holiday of the year, 33. But I'm trying to get it because the attorney, he's like fighting me on like why the vessel is derelict or like why it's not derelict because apparently it has registration and insurance. And I was like, okay, that's great.
Right.
So I tried to explain to him like why the vessel is derelict. He's like, I'm not going to litigate with you over this. I'm requesting an appeal for a reason. And I was like,
No problem.
oh, I love these cases.
Is it his own boat?
No.
Oh.
He's representing the boat and the two owners.
Okay. Let's,
We're gonna party.
that'll be fun. We need Valentine like cupcakes for that day. We applied for vacation. Okay, you're not a houseboat now. Oh, yeah, it's the window washers.
Yeah, oh, yeah. I saw
The
them
best day
behind,
for that, yeah.
I saw them behind them, and I was like, it is what it is. We need clean windows, so. Do you remember the time that like Katrina shared her snacks with me? Do you remember that time? I don't either. I don't either.
We're now ready to resume. Next case, page 6. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 22080124, case address 3501 West Davie Boulevard, owner Bayshore at Davie Ltd. in care of CVS number 981, posted at property 010423, posted at City Hall 011223.
Good morning, Special Magistrate. Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22080124 for the property located at 3501 West Davie Boulevard. This property was first inspected on August 4th, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. Also cracked missing stucco with plant material growing out of it. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, and rubbish and debris on this property and or its swell, especially along Southwest 12th Place. 18-4C is complied. 9-305B, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell behind the business. 47-20.20.H, the parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking lot has faded striping, broken and dislodged parking bumpers, oil stains, and potholes. A copy of the inspection report was posted on site, and another copy was mailed to the property owner per Broward County Property Appraiser's records. Property was inspected multiple times until the pre-hearing was conducted on January 21st, 2023, which shows the violations remained as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days to comply for violation 18-12A at $50 per day, and for violations 9-306, 9-305B, and 47.20.20H, 35 days at $50 a day thereafter.
My name is Carmela DeSorbo Betancourt from Bayshore at Davie. So the tenant is CVS. The tenant is CVS, and I've been notified. So, and the notice of violation didn't come to us. It went to CVS in Rhode Island. So I didn't find about it till the notice of hearing when the property owner gets notified because they sent a notice to the registered agent. So CVS has already dispatched people. They claim that the landscaping renovation's in progress. The painting won't be started until February 15th. My only concern is that they won't get it done in 35 days, that they'll need more time. So that's what I'm here requesting for, is more time so that I can stay on top of them and make sure that they get this all taken care of. Because February 15th, and that's if, I'm assuming everything goes right.
Your Honor, just for clarity of the record, if I could, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. The property owner has designated the mailing address in Rhode Island, 1 CVS Drive, Woonsocket, Rhode Island. So that's the legal address that the property owner gave to the property appraiser, which we are provided to give legal notice, of course, to that address.
I don't know what happened to the rest of it. Yeah, I just wanted to add, like, there's a actual citation on when I went there on Saturday, on the 21st, because of like this dumpster that's shown here. This is kind of typical for them in a sense, like they don't really maintain the property, and that's kind of why a lot of trash is everywhere, because of things like this. But this was for another case that was cited. They have since complied this violation. So I just wanted to, like, show that this is the kind of things that are going on at the property.
Well, I'm asking for 60 days. And I just want to also point out that they, several years ago, put in a second dumpster to help alleviate their garbage problem. And I agree. I mean, the manager there obviously it's a constant issue. I mean, I had already contacted them before I got the notice of hearing. I had already contacted them. I didn't even realize it was an open notice of violation, and they didn't tell me. They just started working on the things that I sent them pictures of, unbeknownst to even knowing that this even existed. Yes, I know.
Special Magistrate Julio Avila, Code Compliance Supervisor. I just wanted to bring, to the attention. We are opposed to, time beyond what we have already requested. As you know, property owners are responsible to maintain the property. I understand she has a lease and she has a tenant. That's between her and her tenant, however they want to work out whatever ends up, becoming of this case, whatever transpires. And in addition, a lot of properties wait until they come to the hearing. These are things that they should be maintaining on their own without ever even having to come here in the first place. And from our initial notice to the time that we're here today, I believe that's been ample time, plus the additional time we've given for everything to come into compliance.
Turn my mic back on. I'm going to give 42 days or $50 a day thereafter for all the violations except for the trash and rubbish and overgrowth. That's 10 days or $50 a day thereafter.
Okay, and I've changed the property appraiser address to come back to our address. I don't know why it's been that way since they,
Okay,
they,
all right.
they started.
Thank you
It's the
very
Rhode
much.
Island address as of right now.
I know I changed it. This is within the last 48 hours. So I'll make sure that it gets.
Excuse me, Special Magistrate. Because this is commercial property, the city's actually going to request $100 per day instead of $50. I'm sorry.
Well, I've already ruled.
Yes, she's already ruled.
No, just, okay. All right, get after them. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 22100581, case address 100 Isle of Venice Drive, owner, Guardian Isle of Venice LLC, posted at property 11423, posted at City Hall 11223.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22100581, reference to the property 100 Isle of Venice. This property was initially cited on October 15, 2022, under section 47-34.1.8.1 due to an illegal land use occurring at this RMM-25 zone property. There is a houseboat being used as a dwelling on the property, which is not permitted under section 47-19.6.c. As per Florida statute 327.02(17) states a houseboat means a vessel that is used primarily as a residence for at least 21 days during any 30-day period in a county of the state if such residential use of the vessel is to the preclusion of its use as a means of transportation. As per the photos depict, the subject vessel does not have any means of propulsion and is permanently attached to mooring pilings, providing evidence that the use of this houseboat is solely for residential use. An inspection was performed on December 1st, 2022, and it was observed that the houseboat was being used as a dwelling, which is a violation of section 47-19.6.c. Another reinspection was performed on January 12, 2023, and found that the subject houseboat remains docked at the property. An email communication was received from Tirth Jani, responding to Ms. Bridget Patterson, whom is the business tax supervisor, after an application for a business license was submitted to rent the subject houseboat for a vacation rental. Please allow me to submit this email communication to the court. May I approach the bench?
Yes.
As you can see, Ms. Patterson asked the following questions due to clarification for the application.
Hold on one second, Manny. Counsel, do you have that email?
I'm looking for the email.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm not counsel. I'm with Guardian.
You're what?
Venice. I'm the manager of Guardian Isle.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were. But you've seen that email?
I have not seen that email.
Can you forward that to him?
Sure.
please,
Do you want me to do that right now?
if you don't mind, just so the evidence is clear? Or give him an opportunity to read it, one of the two.
Robin, ROBIN, dot cruise, like going on a cruise, at gmail.com. Yes.
Thank you.
May I continue? So Ms. Patterson, the business tax supervisor, asked the following questions due to clarification for the application. And I quote, "Where will the vessel be docked when not in use?" Response from Johnny states, "The boat will be docked at 100 Isle of Venice Drive, Fort Lauderdale, 33301. Second question from Ms. Bridget Patterson. "Where will the vessel be picking up and dropping off passengers?" The response from Johnny states, "This vessel is not intended to move in waters. It will remain docked at all times." Ms. Patterson then asked, "What is the vessel's size, number of passengers?" The response from Johnny states, "It is 36 feet and can have up to 12 people." Last question from Ms. Patterson states, "Is it Coast Guard inspected?" The response from Johnny states, "Yes, it is Coast Guard approved and inspected." In addition, when the application was submitted to the city, the description of use submitted states, and I quote, "It's a vessel used as a boat for short-term rental," meaning vacation rental. "We can also use for hangout spot for people." Your Honor, at this time, the city has substantial evidence that the subject houseboat is solely being used as a dwelling, therefore establishing a violation as per section 47-19.6.c. As a result, the city is requesting to immediately seize any and all dwelling-related activities taking place on the subject vessel, or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Robin Cruz.
Okay. What do you want to tell me about how this came about, and what this vessel is being used for?
Absolutely. So we're the managers of Guardian Isle of Venice. And what Officer Garcia is arguing is one case, but it's actually two separate cases. So we have one case in which it is cited as a houseboat under 47-19-6C.
That's the one that's before me today.
Correct. But he's also arguing a separate issue, which should be a separate cited case, which is the Airbnb rental. So basically, he's coming across with two different issues when in fact we should be arguing one issue at hand.
The vacation rental's not in front of me today.
Right, correct,
There's no
exactly. And that's a separate
vacation
issue
rentals.
with respect to the BTR. Okay, now we've ceased operations with respect to the Airbnb rental. All right, but right now we're focusing solely on a use issue, which is under section 47-19.6.b, which permits in this zoning the operation and liveaboards of a vessel in the RMM 25 district. So that's basically the case at hand, is that yes, it is a vessel. Yes, in Treat's email that was read out, it is a vessel. Mr. Michael Savadira with Modern Structures, who built the vessel, is a Coast Guard approved manufacturer of vessels. So under the code section, under the City of Fort Lauderdale's laws, under section, a second here. Under the code, habitation aboard a vessel, which is 47-19.6.b, habitation aboard a vessel is permitted within the RMM 25 district for which his property is zoned. Furthermore, we've been in communication more with Officer Bass in this, who referred to the Assistant City Attorney Hassan an email on November 2nd asking her to go ahead and decide on this, which in fact it is a vessel. Now, under the City of Fort Lauderdale's definition of a vessel is any waterborne craft, and this is your own laws under section 47-19.6.A.2, a vessel is any waterborne craft other than a seaplane used or designed and capable of being used as a means of transportation on water. So again, vessel, okay, in a RM25 zone, which is a permitted use under the City of Fort Lauderdale's rules and regulations under the code. So it was incorrectly cited, and we are conforming on that. Now, because it is an approved Coast Guard boat, we have here the motor of the boat as well. It is fully navigable, and we can present this to you as well. Michael's company, Modern Structures, is a Coast Guard approved manufacturer with a Coast Guard approved call number as well. And they manufacture this product as a vessel. You guys may be familiar if you've ever been to Miami Beach. There is a vessel on Star Island here, okay, that is self-propelled. Does look like a houseboat, but is a propelled vessel. Also, on top of that, there is case precedent as well for this with Arcup Sales LLC versus Pedro J. Garcia, property appraiser of Miami-Dade, which ruled in favor that these are in fact vessels under the law. So we'd like to go ahead and have your decision.
You're not an attorney?
I'm not.
Okay, you're making legal argument and you're not
Well, I'm
the
not making a
property
legal
owner?
argument. I'm trying to state the facts of the case here. That's all I'm trying to do.
Okay, you're arguing case law, that's why I was just curious if you.
I'm not, but I mean, I just want to let you know that there is precedent for this. You are a city attorney and you know there is precedent. That's all.
Okay.
It's advising.
Well, you can't advise
Not advising,
on
but
anything because you're
It's
not
public
for
record.
the
That's
bar.
all. I'm just bringing to your
Understood.
public knowledge this, that there is case precedent.
So a couple things, Your Honor, if I could. One, I would object to and ask to strike from the record any reference to a self-propelled boat taking a picture not authenticated that allegedly is in Miami Beach. That's not before Your Honor. Number two, I would also state that the reference that the inspector provided with regard to the submission to the BTR was not given, of course, for the purpose to establish a vacation rental, because of course that is not before Your Honor. What that was meant to, the submission of that evidence was meant to show Your Honor the intent by the property owner that showed they were seeking at that time to register the houseboat. So again, it's sort of an admission against interest in that sense. I would also say that when you talk about a houseboat, that the inspector read the Florida statute 327.02, it's used primarily as a residence, and it's to the preclusion of it being used as a means for transportation. I think the photos that the inspector has shown that are in evidence show that it is affixed, and if you could run those affixed to the dock. There's no motor in sight. You see there, Your Honor, it's sort of on a flat floating dock.
If I may, I'm the manufacturer of the vessel. I can clarify some of the issues you're bringing up.
Let her finish, and then you'll have your chance.
And so, again, it would be the position of the city that the picture of the houseboat that we're seeing now, that were entered by the inspector, meets the statutory definition of houseboat under 327.02. And again, the section that we are discussing is 47-34.1.8.1, which is which clearly states that a houseboat is not permitted in this residential zoning district.
We have here the actual manufacturer of this vessel, so I think that more than states what this vessel is, okay? So he's here to go ahead and present to you and explain to you that it is in fact a registered vessel. Obviously, at the side of the boat, you do have the registration numbers. We do have a vessel registration as well that we'd like to go ahead and submit, registered with the state of Florida. Furthermore, the city attorney went ahead and defined Florida statute, but I, again, read to you guys your own statute further defining from the Florida statute, the local statute for what you guys consider a vessel under your own code. And Michael can go ahead and elaborate that this is in fact a vessel. Okay. Furthermore, the photo also is taken from the side, and I believe Michael can explain the motor is on the back, which you do not have a photo of, that we went ahead and presented and submitted into evidence. So Michael, manufacturer of this vessel?
The photo that you gave me with the motor is of this particular vessel?
Yes, it's on the rear. So we have photos from the water, the sides, the rear from the water, but we don't have one from the dock. He has not presented that.
Your Honor, if I may.
But wait.
They're stating that the vessel, that the engine on this vessel is placed on the side of the dock, is that correct?
Correct.
So then that means that your registration is incorrectly placed on your vessel, which consists of a violation as well.
But that's another case, and that should be cited by Marine Patrol and the Coast Guard. But Michael, here, go ahead,
If I may, I think I can clarify most of this. So Michael Saavedra for Modern Structures. Good morning, everyone. So there's a couple things I'd like to point out. This is actually a pontoon boat. So when you see the pictures, you see that black where the numbers are. That's just a cladding, so it covers pontoons. Underneath that, there's aluminum pontoons, standard to.
I know. Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
That's what you're saying. It was manufactured now as a pontoon boat?
Correct, and it's registered as a pontoon boat. So if you pull the registration with the state of Florida, it's actually registered as a pontoon boat. It's a aluminum structured pontoon vessel. So furthermore, the engine on the boat.
Go ahead.
The engine on the boat is allowed to be placed in whichever position we like and we need for propulsion. The engine is actually reverse mounted on the rear of the boat, so it can be driven forward with the engine in reverse. It's standard for houseboats. I think that the issue here is not about houseboats. I think the issue is about houseboat versus floating home. And that's the distinction that nobody is bringing up this morning. So based on 47-19.6, letter A, the definition says a floating home is any waterborne structure designed primarily as a home or dwelling. The term includes any vessel which has been altered or converted, which is incapable of navigation by means of self-propulsion. A vessel is any waterborne aircraft used or designed and capable of being used as means of transportation on water. So furthermore, on section 5, a houseboat is required to have a marine sanitation device. This boat has a type 1. I'm not sure she's listening, so I'll pause.
I'm listening.
Okay, sorry, I'll direct you,
We're
Your
listening
Honor.
to your legal argument. So is it a houseboat, as you said, a pontoon boat, a vessel? What is it?
It's a houseboat, and it's a vessel.
Your
And
Honor,
it's
we just
registered as a
clarified
vessel.
that this is a houseboat, which is illegal to dwell on as per chapter 47-19.6.c. As you can see, both the manufacturer, which is the person who built the vessel, or the company representing the company that built the vessel, has just stated that this is a houseboat.
I'm sorry, I'm on 40, number C. You just stated C, so it says habitation aboard a floating home. We're not a floating home, we're a houseboat. There's a distinction between floating homes and houseboats, and it's very clear. So it says habitation aboard a floating home, which has been certified for occupancy pursuant to Chapter 9. We are not floating homes, so we have not done that. Is permitted in any municipal dock area, a licensed commercial marina lying within, a licensed yacht club, waterways adjacent to property zone B1, B2, B3, or RAC. That's not the area we're applying for. Habitation aboard a vessel, and this is 47-19.6, letter B. So you can all follow along. I'm not quoting case law, this is just reading the statute.
Okay, well,
It says
first of all,
habitation aboard a vessel.
I don't know if it's, sir, with all due respect, I don't know if it's about following along, because the whole section that you just recited to us didn't relate to this zoning district.
It's what
So
Mr. Garcia brought up.
You just said, okay,
Just to clarify, the point is that we brought Mr. Garcia here, who's a manufacturer of this vessel, okay? It's self-propelled, it's Coast Guard approved, it's registered with the state of Florida as a vessel, and this is a liveaboard, okay? Granted, the terminology can get a little bit mixed up here, okay? But at the same time, it is self-propelled, it is a vessel, it is a pontoon boat, as Michael stated, it is Coast Guard approved, he is a Coast Guard approved manufacturer, and it is a liveaboard permitted well within the RMM 25 district, okay? What was cited is a houseboat. A houseboat is not self-propelled. It is a stationary, non-moving, basically house, excuse me.
Floating home.
Okay,
The
but
word houseboat is being used.
either way, we are conforming under the proper code, which is subsection C, where you guys are citing subsection B. So that's basically our argument here as to what it is, or our presentation of facts.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Excuse me.
It looks to me like what's in front of me is they're citing subsection C.
And that's incorrect, Your Honor.
Excuse
We
me.
should be citing
Subsection B, excuse me, subsection B, I apologize.
Your Honor, if I may, just to clarify, 47-19.9.C is relating
Point
to.
6, point C.
I'm sorry?
Point 6.
Point 6, point C, I'm sorry, is relating to, it is an ordinance that is placed in our code that states that living aboard a houseboat or a floating home, how they want to call it, is not permitted in certain, it's only permitted in certain areas in the city that are zoned for that matter. When they're referring to 49-19.6.B, they're referring to a vessel which allows the liveaboard in this particular area, but this isn't a vessel because a vessel has means of propulsion, okay, and its purpose is to be used as a
mode of transportation.
As a mode of transportation.
What about the fact that it has a motor on it and that it's registered as a pontoon boat or whatever? What significance is that?
So I would like to point out, in reference to Florida Statute 327.02, parentheses 17. Can you please go back to the previous photo? Thank you. As you can see, the vessel in question here, referred to us as a houseboat because that's what we are going after. It is physically mounted permanently to a piling. We,
That's incorrect.
excuse me.
He gets to go now.
In addition to that, okay, we have a statement from Mr. Tirth Jani stating that this vessel is not intended to move in waters. It will remain docked at all times.
Objection.
And furthermore,
You can't object.
Wait.
Hold on a
That
minute.
gentleman is not here today.
Okay, first of all,
Michael.
Please
just
don't
stop.
interrupt.
You aren't a lawyer. You can't make objections. You're not the property owner, and you're not a lawyer, so stop.
and in addition, Your Honor, the description of the application that was submitted to obtain a business license to be able to rent out this houseboat for purposes of Airbnb and short-term rentals, it states that it is a vessel used as a boat for short-term rental, and we can also use for hangout spot for people. That's what it stated on the email. So therefore, there is absolutely no means of transportation on this vessel. It is solely used to keep it on here as stated, and that is what sums up the findings of this being a houseboat, and therefore it cannot be used as a dwelling while it's stocked at this property.
So the fact that it has a motor on it, I'm trying to understand, the fact that it has a motor on it, that's not significant. It's their intent to use it as a houseboat?
I think two things, Your Honor. One, I think, because as the inspector stated, it is permanently affixed to,
I will get to you.
it is permanently affixed, as you can see from the pictures, that's number one. And number two, for clarity for the non-attorney in the room who wants to object, first of all, number one, hearsay is admissible in quasi-judicial proceedings. And number two, this is a public record that was submitted to the city, which is self-authenticating under the Florida Evidence Code. And number three, it is a statement against interest by the property owner.
Incorrect, that's not the property owner. who made that
Stop.
statement.
Michael, hang on.
So it's also based upon the statements of fact that were submitted to the city in the application for a business tax receipt for the use.
Okay, I still need an explanation of the fact of what is the significance, if any, that it has a motor on it?
Your Honor, if I may, I haven't seen the photo of the motor. May I please take a look at it?
Sure. Where'd it go?
May I ask a question to the
Yes, you can.
respondents? Okay.
Question.
What is the weight of this,
When you say this, you mean the motor or the vessel?
of the vessel itself? I'm sorry.
6,500 pounds.
Okay, and what is the horsepower of this engine?
I believe it's a 20 horsepower. I don't recall.
Okay. In my professional opinion, I've been dealing with vessels for about 3 years with the city of Fort Lauderdale, and I've been navigating since I was 4 years old. A 20 horsepower engine cannot power a 6,500 pound vessel, including, if it includes, is that dry weight?
Yes.
That's not including fuel and people aboard.
It does not require fuel.
So how does the,
It's on fuel tank.
But may I add here too, Special Magistrate,
You
the
guys
code
have
enforcement
got to stop talking when
Apologies.
other people are talking. I'm trying to follow you and give you every opportunity to be heard.
I appreciate
But
that.
I can't listen to two people at once because first of all, it screws up the record. And second of all, it doesn't give me my full attention to the person that's speaking, which is important. Now, can you go over that again, please?
yes, Your Honor, a 20 horsepower motor cannot power a 6,500 pound vessel. That is dry weight. Dry weight meaning nothing on the vessel other than its structure and what was built for.
So in
That
other
does not
words, the
include-
motor's there for show. It can't propel the vessel.
The vessel cannot move. That vessel, and we also have an admission that the vessel is not going to be used for transportation. And as you can see in the photos that were submitted for evidence, the vessel is physically attached permanently to the pilings on the property.
Okay, you can speak now.
Thank you. I've learned a lot about this, here starting out in this. And, I've been researching this quite a bit ever since this case started. And, just want to go ahead. And today we brought, obviously, the manufacturer, who's a Coast Guard approved manufacturer. This is a Coast Guard approved boat, which is a registered vehicle with the state of Florida, and it would not have received these certifications at the end of the day.
But the fact that
It
it's
wasn't, but the fact-
registered,
wait,
I don't think
I'd
is
like to finish if
relevant
you
to
don't
whether
mind.
it could be parked in a certain zone.
Right, but the thing is, though, is that, the code officer is not a professional manufacturer of vessels. He's an amateur boater by his own admission. He's not certified to go ahead and discuss that. This was approved by the Coast Guard as a vessel before it was released to the general public for use. And Michael can go ahead and explain that. That's the reason why we brought the manufacturer here today, the actual manufacturer of this vessel, to prove that it is, in fact, a vessel. It is a liveaboard. It does conform to the rules of RMM 25. And as for the temporary restraints on this side, I'm going to allow Michael to go ahead and discuss those and anything else that he would like to go ahead and state, because this is the actual manufacturer.
Your Honor, I want to apologize. I got a little bit frustrated because I feel like everyone's trying to find whatever they can to justify their position, but they're not listening to any of the facts that we're saying.
That's what the proceedings are about.
I apologize. That frustrated me.
It's a semi-judicial proceeding. Everyone has their position, and I need to hear from one person at a time. Now, I'd like to know, how did that vessel get there? Did that motor take it there?
It got itself into the slip with that motor.
And you have personal knowledge of that, sir?
I delivered it.
Okay.
And I helped
How did-
install it.
So you delivered it by driving it there?
No, I installed it. So you see those guides that you guys keep bringing up? Those are called tide guides. They're standard on boats. They float up and down, and they keep the boat in position so that it doesn't move around. Those are semi-permanent. They have a pin that gets pulled, and the boat is released immediately. It's standard on marine installations. So the boat was delivered there. It drove itself there. We installed the tide guides, and we fixed it to the dock. But that's just to give it more stability. It's not a permanent installation.
It's that motor to put this houseboat, whatever you want to call it, in place.
Yes, ma'am, and I have videos of that. It only goes about 2 knots per hour.
Okay, do you have those videos with you?
In my car, I do. I just changed my phone, but I do.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, Special Magistrate, I'm not a marine expert by any course of the means whatsoever, but, I know that at first when I received this and being the manager of the property, I was like, you know what, let's get rid of it. But then as I learned and I got educated and I spoke to Michael, because I'm obviously one who'd like to follow the code. I have hundreds of properties here in the city of Fort Lauderdale as well. And our goal is always compliance. And this is my first special magistrate meeting ever. And I'm not a marine expert. But the more time I've spent, and I probably spent about 24 hours on this, researching the code, talking to Michael, understanding his business, along with my partner, Brian Dugan, who owns the place as well, we really did come around to understanding this bit by bit. And it is going to take a little bit of time for everyone in this room to understand it, because I did put in countless hours. We visited Michael's facility. We understood more about how this is a vessel. And it is a pretty neat concept, because it does kind of quasi-solve the affordable housing crisis as well here in Fort Lauderdale too, having live-aboard vessels on the property. So I know it's a little bit ambiguous. And as I read a little bit more about the issue at Miami Beach, because when I would come back from dinner at night, I'd see this massive monstrosity on Star Island on the Intercoastal, and I take a look at it, and I'm like, oh my God, what the heck is this? And then when we got into this more and more, and I read about it, it was a pretty interesting case and how it worked out, but also that this is in fact a vessel.
Okay. Have you seen this video of them using the motor? And
No, Your Honor. As a matter of fact, the complainant advised that this vessel was actually towed into the slip, not actually physically driven.
I think
Granted,
I'm going to continue the hearing. I'd like you to show them the video, and then come back. And I don't want a bunch of legalese that doesn't apply here. I want you to tell me why the specific statute that you've been cited with doesn't apply to this case. And why you don't come under 327.17. But in light of the fact that you're bringing in evidence that the city has not seen before, I would like to continue the hearing. I am speaking. You can wait until I'm done.
That's why I raised my hand, ma'am.
Okay.
So that way when you finish, you know that I'd like to
Okay.
state something too.
I am speaking.
No, of course, I acknowledge that. That's why I didn't interrupt.
All right, we don't speak when I speak. All right, so I think you have to, you deserve an opportunity to see what he's talking about on that video, and so I'd like to continue the case.
We'll be happy to take a look, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Okay, so unfortunately, I don't seem to be on the next docket for 63 days, so we may have to bring this in front of the other magistrate. When is the next hearing? 14th. February 14th. Okay, this is going to be continued to February 14th. And I'm going to ask you to give that video to the city so that I'm not considering evidence that isn't in front of me and they haven't viewed. Okay? All right. Yes.
Yes, all the information that I went ahead and presented was previously emailed to Code Officer Bass, so it is already part of the public record, just to let you know. And then
One more time, I didn't hear you.
all of this was all previously emailed, the motor, the registration.
Okay, I'm
as
talking
well
about
as
the
Coast
videos.
Guard,
Videos.
Oh, the videos, yeah, but just that way the assistant city attorney can review it. And also, we would also likely like to request that you be the magistrate present for the hearing, because then that way we don't have to re-educate the magistrate on what happened here today. Since you're already familiar with it, I think it would be a good idea for you to be the magistrate for the hearing. So that way we don't have to go through this process and elongate things longer than necessary.
1 second, Supervisor?
Yeah, I'm sorry. For the record, Supervisor Bass, the amount of that I had in this case is for the record for with the owner or whoever was using it for the purpose of a vacation rental. I explained to him at this time that we do not issue vacation rentals for floating vessels at this time. So that was the amount of involvement that I had in this case.
Okay, all right. I'm going to continue the hearing until February 14th.
Your Honor, if I may add just one more thing, and I know that you've already ruled, but just given the fact that with the evidence that's been presented at today's hearing, we're requesting the video to be observed based on the engine that they presented to us, not with a separate engine.
Well, they better not be pulling a bait and switch here.
Yeah.
So,
Great. Thank you very much.
Also, I want to add for the record as well on our side, the place has been completely vacant and Airbnb has ceased. No one is occupying
Okay,
the vessel
all right.
per se. Also,
Again, that's not before me, but, you know,
But
that
just
may
letting you know.
be how you got on people's radar, but that's
and
not before me.
also, Ms. Bass did email the Assistant City Attorney asking for her opinion on November 2nd. We do have a copy of that email about ruling or figuring out whether this is compliant.
Okay, case is continued to
Thank you.
February.
Your Honor, would you like to just, for clarity, for the purposes of those who showed up on behalf of the property owner today, give a date certain by which they need to give us the videos so we have sufficient time to review it and?
Yeah, he says he has it with him now, so if you want to talk to him today, but I'll give you, you know, within 5 days, you have to present the video. Can you make a copy of it for the city?
I will. I'll try to
Okay.
get an email today.
All right, appreciate it.
And when will
Thank
this
you
be
very
continued
much.
until? What date with you?
2/14
Okay, so it will not be with you, correct?
will not be with me.
I'm not in town the week
No,
of February
sorry.
14th. I'm not available the week of February 14, Your Honor. I'm out of town, I'm on vacation.
Well,
You need
Your Honor.
facts. You need a fair presentation here, so.
If I may just throw this into the ring, if they have, he stated that he has the video in his car. Can he just go get the video and then we can just table it and hear it again?
okay, all right. Can you go show him the video?
Sure, I'll walk it
Okay,
up.
all right. If that's what you want. All right, next case.
Next case, page 44, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 220602676, case address 429 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Esme Forrest Johnson, Revocable Trust, Gilbert Cole trustee, and all others. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/24/22. One suspension, 11/9/22 through 11/19/22. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $3,050 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
Bernstein Sambert, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 22060276. Property address 429 Northwest 15th Ave. As of today, all violations are in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violation as depicted. City is requesting full imposition.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Gilbert Cole.
Okay, tell me why it took you so long to get the property in compliance.
Yes, Your Honor, good morning. When I first was aware that there was actually a violation on the property, I immediately some time has passed because I was not aware. So I immediately contacted Inspector Bernstein and requested an extension. And I got a 30-day extension. And within that time, I completed all of the violation that was requested, with the exception of the ground covering. And I did apply grass seeds, but apparently that didn't work. And that was done a few days before the last hearing. So the inspector actually mentioned that I could actually put a hedging there, and which I did right after the hearing, because you actually gave me 10 days extension, and that was done about 2 days after that. So yes, I was within that time frame.
Anything else?
No, he's been in communicating with us, with me. So I believe he just didn't, maybe he didn't receive the notice the first time, but as soon as he was told about
City costs?
city cost is $633.50.
All right, I'm going to reduce to city costs of $630.50.
Thank you, Your
Thank
Honor.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 22110152, case address 1636 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner Melissa Gregor. This case was cited 11/10/22 to comply by 11/25/22. One section complied at $200 per day for a total of $8,000. City's requesting full amount. Appeal deadline 11/25/22, no appeal received.
Good morning.
Good morning.
They're there. Do you have the pictures, Anton? They were there yesterday. I checked it yesterday.
Sorry, we're missing some pictures.
It's okay.
I know you've been patient, waiting a long time.
Next case is page 65.
We'll recall you in a minute.
I have pictures if you guys need them of my home.
Oh, we need his pictures, but we'll recall the case.
Okay.
Page 65, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 220274, case address 203 Northwest 12th Avenue, owner Leonard LaVille. This case was first heard 10/11/22 to comply by 11/15/22. One section complied at $25 per day, $1,600 accrued. One section not complied at $25 per day, $1,800 accrued, for a total of $3,400. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Good afternoon, Inspector Quintero Jr. presenting on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 1/24/23 and violation 9-305B remains. Property owner has been making progress to correct the issues, but that one's still, the landscaping is still not done. City at this time is requesting full imposition.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Leonard Lavelle for the record. Good morning, Your Honor.
Why hasn't the property come into compliance yet? Looks like you still have landscaping to do and.
Yes, Your Honor, there were a series of issues with this property. I believe maybe over a dozen issues, and I've been able to resolve everything except one final and last item, which is the landscaping. And actually at this.
More time do you think you need?
At this point, maybe just another 2 weeks. But if Mr. Quintero agrees, I think he would also state that a lot of work has been done on the property, from pressure washing to fixing the exterior of the property, paint jobs. There's a lot of.
To another extension, brief one.
I wouldn't. He has corrected everything else. It's the only violation
Okay,
left.
all right. I'll give you a 21-day extension to finish up, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have one question, if I
Sure.
may. With regards to the fines, how will the fines play out?
Well, right now, I'm not going to rule on the fines till your property is in compliance. But if you put your property in compliance and you come back, then we'll work with you on the fines.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Is there a date for me to come back?
Do you want him to reappear?
If he complies, he only has to address the fine, so he doesn't need to
Yeah, so it'll be re-noticed?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we'll send you notice when you have to reappear. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Next case, page 42. Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 22040885, case address 1616 Northwest 6th Avenue. Owner Michael Dendrasic. This case was first heard 10/11/22 to comply by 11/15/22. One section complied at $50 per day for a total of $1,500. Two sections not complied at $50 per day for a total of $7,200, $8,700 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue. There is no respondent for this case, but there is a neighbor that's awaiting the outcome.
Okay.
Bernstein Sambert, City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 22040885, property address 1616 Northwest 6th Ave. As of today, all violations are in compliance except for 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains, missing, and peeling paint. I've been in contact with the property owner. The lady that's over there is Joanne. She's in charge of managing the property for the owner.
Come forward, please.
Unfortunately, she doesn't have the power of attorney to speak. She has been doing her best to get everything done. So far, everything's in compliance except for the painting, which they are in the process of doing right now. She wanted to request an additional 10 to 14 days just for the painting.
Does the city have any objection to that?
No objections.
Okay, all right. I'm going to give a 14-day extension and suspend the fines during that period, but the property owner is going to have to come back and address the rest of the fines at a later date, okay? Okay, thank you.
Yesterday.
Do you want to recall the, no? Oh, let's, yeah, go with, we have our pictures?
What page are we on again? Yes, 32.
Page 32.
Okay.
Recalling the case on page 32, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 22110152, case address 1636 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner Melissa Gregor, case cited 111022 to comply by 112522. One section complied at $200 per day, $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 11/25/22. No appeal received.
Can I speak?
Okay, where's the inspector?
Okay.
Good morning, Pat Gavin, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 22110152 for property located at 1636 Northwest 6th Avenue. This property was cited on November 10th, 2022, and given 15 days to comply for the following violation. 15-272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On November 25th, 2022, the violation remained and fines began to accrue. The violation at this property was brought into compliance on January 4th, 2023. This case was non-compliant for 62 days with a fine of $200 per day for a total of $12,400 currently due. And the property owner would like to address the court.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Melissa Gregoire.
Ms. Gregoire, did you file an appeal in this case?
No, I did not, because I thought that I had brought the property into compliance because first of all, I don't live in Florida, I live in New York, and the property was vacant when the notice was put on. So by the time my property manager gave it to me, she literally just sent me his Pat Gavin's
Let me tell
information.
you, though, what happens when you don't file the appeal. You know, unless there was some kind of mistaken service, when you don't file an appeal, then I have no discretion but to impose the fine. Now, you can file for a lien reduction, and then, okay.
He was going to ask for administrative costs.
Oh, okay. I think you worked something out with the city, so,
Well,
all right.
Yeah, I did actually okay.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, the administrative costs on this are $313, and the city is fine with that.
Okay, all right. So what was the administrative cost again?
313.
313, okay. All right, so I'm going to
Thank you.
Impose administrative costs of $313.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, would you like to recall
Yes,
the,
let's recall.
Page 19, recalling case number CE 22100581, case address 100 Isle of Venice Drive, owner Guardian Isle of Venice LLC, Inspector Manuel Garcia, posted at property 11523, posted at City Hall 11223.
Can I get a sandwich? Guess no one liked that joke.
Yeah, Your Honor, there wasn't a video provided. What they provided was photos of the barge or the houseboat floating. There is no video. The engine that they provided in the photo is an engine that you can put on and remove. It's not physically permanently attached to the vessel. So I can go to the boat and put in a 20 horsepower engine, which is not sufficient horsepower for this vessel to safely navigate the waterways. And on top of that, remove it whenever I need to.
Okay, all right.
is there any video?
Yeah, so here's what we're gonna do. So we can provide photos, and there wasn't a video taken of the boat actually traveling to the thing. We can show photos of it here today for your satisfaction, if you like, to see it propelling from where it was launched around the corner. He has about 3 photos that show the actual vessel with that occurring. My suggestion is, and I brought up to Officer Garcia outside, is that we go ahead and at least 7 days prior to the hearing, we'll submit a video to whoever you would like us to submit the video to, in whatever form or medium that you would like it, whether it be on USB or however we can deliver it. I know if we were to email it, sometimes the city servers are a little funky on big items like that, but if you want it via USB, we will deliver it by USB 7 days before the hearing. So we need to access the vessel and have the owner be aware of it to reach Jenny, and we need to access it to go ahead and show this for navigation.
All right,
We'd like to provide that.
We're back where we were, and we still haven't seen this video. So I'm going to continue this case till February 14th, and you'll have 5 days to produce this video, and that's my ruling.
Wait, 5 days prior to the hearing, correct?
No, 5 days from today.
1 second, we have to, this is owned by Tarith Johnny, so we have to get into communication with him to go ahead and access it. So it would be fair if we have it 5 days prior to the hearing, so that way we can go ahead and make sure that we can go ahead and take this out and arrange it with Michael's schedule. Michael is going, actually, I think he may have missed his flight to go to the Winnebago facility in Chicago. Plus, on top of that, I have a pretty busy schedule as well. And also my partner, Brian Dugan, would like to be there as well. So I think it's only fair. If you want the evidence, we're pleased to go ahead and present the evidence. We'd like to get a video to show you.
It's to your benefit to
Right, of
present
course.
this evidence.
Yes,
You're not
please.
doing me any favors.
And we'd like it 5 days prior to submit, if you don't mind.
Your Honor,
I think that's more than ample time.
I'm sorry, did I interrupt you?
I'm finished now, but go ahead.
Thank you. Your Honor, we are basing this matter based on the fact that the vessel is not meant for transportation. We already have an admission from the owner of the vessel that stated that the vessel is not meant for transportation. It is based, the purpose of the vessel is to be kept at the property. As per the Florida statute, it states that for a vessel to be considered not a houseboat, it has to have, its main purpose is for it to be, the use of it to be transportation and not used as a residence.
Do you have a copy of the statute here? I have.
I can look it up for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to review that.
Well, no, we just have the local law. But I'd like to say that, Officer Garcia, if you can you tell us and define what a liveaboard is, which is permitted under the RMM 25 zone under 47.b? I'd like you to go ahead and please explain what a liveaboard is, which is permitted under the code, which is this. Please let us know what a liveaboard is.
Your Honor, I would object to that because that's not before Your Honor. We're not here for liveaboards, we're here for the violation, which is a houseboat,
Correct, but it's incorrectly cited.
in your opinion.
Right, in your opinion as well, and we've brought a manufacturer.
Let the judge read.
I'm not in agreement with you, sir, and I'm perfectly capable of stating my opinion, so don't speak for me.
Likewise is why I just want to exercise my right as well.
I haven't spoken for you.
Thank
I
you.
have not spoken for you, sir. You said in your opinion and in my opinion. I am not in agreement with you, and I have not spoken for you.
Well, it wouldn't even be a matter of opinion where it's fact-based. Pursuant to what?
I'm reading here,
Yeah.
so whatever you're saying, I'm not hearing you.
Don't mind her, she doesn't matter, the judge matters. It's what the judge thinks, that's it.
This has gotten totally out of hand, okay? You don't come here and insult people and interrupt people. You know, I'm trying to give you a fair hearing here, but I keep getting interrupted.
Any apologies? If we've been rude, I apologize in advance.
The apology should come from him.
Michael,
From me?
apologize.
Yes, you just said that I don't matter, and that's really not your call at the end of the day. And that's rude and disrespectful. I have the bar license.
I said to Robin that the person he needs to speak to is the judge, not you. Your opinion is your opinion as a city attorney. The judge needs
Sir,
to read
I
what you say.
heard what you said. Dancing it back now doesn't excuse it. Okay, section 17 says a houseboat means a vessel that is used primarily as a residence for at least 21 days during any 30-day period in the county of this state if such residential use of the vessel is to the preclusion of its use as means of transportation. So it seems to me, when I read this, that if you're using it as a residence for 21 days out of any 30-day period, it's a houseboat. Okay? So take me to the next step.
Where's Liverpool?
Your Honor, can I cite 4719?
No, you can't cite anything till I'm done doing what I'm doing.
That's what I think you're asking for.
Your Honor, so to clarify, we are citing, okay, for the use of the dwelling use of the vessel on the property, okay? That is what we are going after based on the fact that the purpose of this houseboat is for the use of short-term rental. What we are asking is not to remove the boat from the property, but to seize the use of dwelling or use of anything other than transportation on the vessel. That is what we are going after. The vessel cannot be used as a space to hang out, as stated in the application. It cannot be used as a place for short-term rental and vacation rentals, as mentioned in the application. And it can only be used to come to it, jump on, drive off, and then come back. That is what we are going after.
Okay, and let me see that part of the code because I have the 40s, whatever it is.
47-19.6, and then we're going after C for habitation aboard a floating home.
Manny, I'm sorry, you need to go back and state that for the record so they can hear it and the court reporter can hear it, please, too.
Your Honor, as presented to you, I am showing you a form of copy of our city's ordinance 47-19.6. C as in Charlie.
Okay, what, the 17, section 17 that you gave me the definition of a houseboat, okay? How is that significant to this section of the code? If it falls under the houseboat, does that make it a floating home?
That is correct.
Incorrect.
Given that the property is zoned RMM-25, and as per section 47-19.6.c, it states that you can use the vessel as a form of habitation, but not in the RMM-25 zoned district, which is what this property is.
Okay.
Wait, stop.
It's B that
Michael,
applies. It's B that applies, not
Michael,
C.
please.
I'm leaving, no
Michael,
worries.
Michael,
It's B that
stop,
applies, not
please.
C. They're trying to build
Michael,
a trap over
Michael,
us.
Michael,
by
Michael,
showing you
please
C.
leave.
Sorry.
Michael,
The
please,
Again.
Michael,
on B.
stop,
I'm
Michael,
trying to
please.
give you a fair hearing, but you
Michael.
keep interrupting me.
Let me talk to her.
Michael,
Robin.
no, Michael, please, stop. We're trying to have a hearing, please.
It's not C, it's
Michael,
B.
Michael, please, stop.
Okay, city attorney, do you agree then that the definition of a houseboat is tied to this 47-19.6C, which is, talks about the habitation aboard a floating home?
I'm trying to pull it up, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm
It's-
trying to
it's
make
frozen.
that connection where the houseboat definition comes from vis-a-vis this section of the code.
Special Magistrate, please. If you don't mind, I'd like to state something really quick and brief.
So under under section 47-19.6, the definitions make the distinction between a floating home versus a vessel.
Okay. Okay, and okay.
And if Your Honor noticed, the definition of a floating home contained in the city's ULDR 47-19.6A1 is loosely analogous to the Florida statute, which defines houseboat.
Right.
Because it discusses the incapability of navigation by means of self-propulsion.
Okay. You can have the last word, and then I'm going to rule.
Sure, absolutely. And we'd like you, Your Honor, to read the code just above C, which is 47-19.6B, which, if you scroll up, you will see habitation aboard a vessel is permitted, number 1, in any municipal dock area, 2, a licensed commercial marina lying within a PCF B1, B2, B3, I, or RAC district, 3, a licensed yacht club, 4, waterways adjacent to property zone B1, B2, B3, or RAC, or 5, waterways adjacent to property zoned RM, RML, RMM, RMH, or RAC. So we are, and this is the whole crux of our argument, is that they incorrectly cited it as C. We fall under subsection B of the City of Fort Lauderdale Municipal Code, which you have read yourself, okay? We are in the RMM 25 district, which permits liveaboard vessels, okay? further defined, as the city attorney read out, in 47-19.6A, Section 2 defines a vessel. She read Section 1, which describes a floating home, but we'd like to read Section 2 into the record, which is a vessel is any waterborne craft other than a seaplane used or designed and capable of being used as a means of transportation on water. Okay, we've presented the manufacturer of the vessel. We are in RM25 zoning, which was affirmed by the city. Okay, it was just incorrectly cited. Like I said, I'm not a mariner, but I've spent a lot of time researching this, and we have plenty of properties in Fort Lauderdale, but you know, we're here to go ahead and comply, and we want to go ahead and prove. And this is a learning experience, and it wasn't a learning experience for me and all of us as, you know, non-professional mariners. And, you know, look, we do make mistakes, but we are compliant in that sense that it is a liveaboard. And right now, we have nobody, you know, we're not doing any Airbnb, we're not renting it out. It is vacant until there is a ruling, okay? And then from there, we'll go ahead and decide. But we would like to go ahead and present a video 5 days prior to the next hearing, should you rule that way, to go ahead and show that it is a navigable vessel.
Okay,
Clear up this ambiguity.
all right,
It's kind of like being at a drag show, you know, it's a bunch
Okay.
of women, but they're men,
all right.
you know? Same thing with this, vessel but a houseboat.
I find that this structure, I'm not going to call it a vessel, fits the definition of a floating home as any waterborne structure designed for use primarily as a home or dwelling. And I believe that under subsection 6, using it as a dwelling is a violation of 47-19.6, section C. So that's my ruling.
What's your dean?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just to re-verify on the ruling, they have to cease immediately any type of dwelling on the structure, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
And we have it on the record that we have stopped that.
Yes.
There's nobody, it's completely vacant, you're welcome to go by and take it.
Okay, then that won't be a problem for you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the end of the respondents. We will take a brief recess.
Oh, thanks. next hearing is the 30th of March. Okay. I'm gonna take this with me today.
Page 1, Inspector Bobby Joppershard, case number CE 221002441, case address 330 Compass Point, owner Michael Martinez Masso, posted at property 12/30/22, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Bobby Jabbershire for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Reading in case number CE 221000241, property address is 30 Compass Point. Property was first cited on 10/12/22 and given time to comply the following violations. A reinspection was conducted on 1/19/23, and the following violations have all been complied except one. The violation for 9-306, the exterior building and walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior with missing and peeling paint is still not in compliance. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a $50 fine for thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Next case, page 2, Inspector Bobby Joppershard, case number CE 220600290, case address 2864 Northeast 26th Place, owner Ronnie L. Martin, posted at property 12/30/22, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Good morning again, Magistrate Inspector Bobby Jabbershire for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 22060290, property located at 2846 Northeast 26th Place. The following property was cited on 6/14/22 and given time to comply. A reinspection was conducted on 01/23, and the following violations were complied: 24-7.B, 9053B, 9-304B, 18-11A, 18-12A, and 47-195 was withdrawn. The following violation is remaining. Again, 9-306, the exterior walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have been stained in the front and rear entrance along the roof line. The city is requesting 28 days compliance or a $50 fine thereafter.
What was the fine?
$50, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So ordered.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Page 3, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 211000869, case address 1071 Tennessee Avenue, owner William Robert Whitsett, posted at property 1523, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Presenting case CE 211000869 for the property located at 1071 Tennessee Avenue. This property was first inspected on November 22nd, 2021, and cited for the following violation. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and its swell. Numerous inspections were conducted from November 14th, 2021 up to the pre-hearing inspection, which was conducted on January 23rd, 2023, and shows that the violation remains as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 10 days to comply and $50 per day.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Page 4, Inspector Bovary Xantis, case number CE 221000492, case address 1113 Northwest 18th Street, owner Miller Lee Smith, posted at property 11123, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE 22100492, property address 1113 Northwest 18th Street. Property was first inspected in October 14, 2022. And the following violation were observed. Violation 18-1. There's table, chairs, boxes, buckets, and other miscellaneous items stores under the carport of this property. That created a public nuisance. It is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animal or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes or threaten or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect it and impair the economic welfare of adjacent property. Violation 9-2H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The posts are bent and rusted. Violation 9-304B is complied. Notice of hearing was handed to the property owner on January 11, 2023. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted in January 20th, 2023. Revealed as depicted on the photos. Also conducted a pre-hearing inspection this morning. Revealed there's still some trash, debris, and outdoor storage on the property. The city is requesting 21 days to comply or fine of $50 per violation each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 5, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 210500672, case address 1107 Northwest 17th Avenue, owner Bob and Steve Development Corp., posted at property 1623, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Exantis on behalf of City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21050672, property address 1107 Northwest 17th Ave. Property was first inspected in May 21st, 2022, and following violation were observed. Violation 18-1, there's outdoor storage consisting of mattress, ladder, pieces of woods, boxes, and other miscellaneous items. At this property that is creating a public nuisance, it is being maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or inhabited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threaten or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect it or impair the economic welfare of the adjacent properties. That violation is in compliance. Violation 18-4C, there's a boat on the trailer without a current tag being stored at this property. This is a recurring violation. Per previous case, CE 21-2-0954, the case will be presented to the special magistrate seeking a finding of fact whether or not the violation complies prior to the hearing date. This is also in compliance. Notice of hearing was posted on property, and case is in complied. We're seeking a finding of fact.
Okay, so ordered.
Next case, also page 5, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 22110093, case address 901 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner Crown Liquors Broward, Inc., posted at property 11123, posted at City Hall 11223.
Your Honor, case and address as read. Property was first inspected on November 4th, 2023 and 2022, and the following violation were observed. Violation 47-21.11.8. The landscape is not well maintained. There are areas that have been removed from the original landscaping permit that was issued. The property manager was here this morning, but he didn't have the right of attorney to speak, so we agreed we were gonna give him a total of 90 days to come to compliance.
All right, 91?
91 days.
Okay.
Yeah, and if the property is not bringing to compliance within that 91 days, we are seeking $100 a day each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Patrice Jolly, Wilson Quintero Jr. presenting, case number CE 22090115, case address 802 Northwest 10 Terrace, number 2, owner Prasad USA Property Holdings, LLC, posted at property 1523, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good afternoon, Inspector Quintero Jr. presented on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on 9/7/22 by Senior Inspector Jolly, and the following violations were observed. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing/peeling paint. 47-20.20.H, there are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The striping is faded and in some places non-existent. There are also potholes and cracks on the surface. 47-19.4.C.2 is complied. And 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or its swale. Inspection report mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records on 9/7/22. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 1/24/23, and there has been progress. However, the violations still exist. We have had communication with the business owner who will be addressing the concerns and has agreed to 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 8, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 22090309, case address 741 Indiana Avenue, owner Dion Rose Cooper, posted at property 12/30/22, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Code Compliance Officer Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22090309, address 741 Indiana Avenue. This property was first inspected on 9/15/22 by Senior Code Officer Patrice Jolly, and the following violations were discovered. 47-39.A.1.B, parentheses 6, parentheses B. There is open air storage of what appears to be a dresser or a vanity on the driveway. This is prohibited use on this RS 6.7 zone residential property per UDLR regulations. 18-12, parentheses A. There are 2 large piles of mulch that were dumped on the property and can be seen from the public right-of-way. Subsequent inspections were performed on 10/5/22, 11/4/22, and 11/30/22. All violations remained. On 11/30/22, a print form was submitted to Supervisor Davila for magistrate hearing. On 12/30/22, the notice of hearing was posted at the property. As a pre-hearing inspection 1/21/22, the violations remain. The city is requesting 28 days or $25 per violation per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 10, Inspector Rachel Moore, case number CE 22080731, case address 450 West Evanston Circle, owner James E. Smith Estates, posted at property 12/30/22, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Code Compliance Officer Rachel Moore for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22080731. Property address 450 West Evanston Circle. This property was first inspected on 8/24/22 by Inspector Moore, and the following violations were discovered. 9-28, parentheses B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained at this RS 67 residential zone property. The awnings on the east side of the home have fallen off the windows and are hanging and stained. 18-11A, the pool at this occupied property has green-black stagnant water and is not being maintained on a regular basis. In this condition, it presents a health and safety issue for the community, and it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes as it is a public nuisance. 9-2280, parentheses H, parentheses 1, the fence in the backyard at this RS7 irregular residential zone property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There is overgrowth of vegetation, grass in the backyard of this irregular residentially zoned property and its swell. 18-12, parentheses A, complied on 9/3/22. The violation of 18-12 is a repeat violation of case CE 190-20058. Subsequent inspections were performed on 9/3/22, 9/29/22, 10/22/22, and 11/04/22. All violations remain. On 11/4, a print form was submitted to Supervisor Davila for magistrate hearing. An additional inspection was conducted on 11/30/22, in which all violations remained. On 12/30/22, the notice of hearing was posted at this property. As a pre-hearing inspection on 1/25/23, the violations remain. The city is requesting 28 days or $25 per violation per day thereafter. However, in reference to the pool, 10 days or $25 thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 11, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 22090731, case address 2533 Northwest 21st Avenue, owner Kia M. Cook, posted at property 122922, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Bernstein Sambert, City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. This property was inspected on November 17th, 2022. The following violations were observed. 9-313 complied, 9-280H complied, BCZ 39-296. There is illegal land use occurring at this property. The vacant lot is being used to store vehicles, buses, trailers, and commercial trucks. This is a prohibited use for this B2 county zone property per section 39-295. Inspection report was posted on property and a copy was mailed to the owner according to BCPA records. Pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that shows violations as depicted. The city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day.
So ordered.
Next case, page 12, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 22050139, case address 721 Northwest 19th Street, owner SREIT Venice Cove FLL LLC, in care of Starwood Capital Group Global LP, posted at property 122722, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Bernstein Sambert, City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number and property address as read. Property was inspected on May 5th, 2022. The following violations were observed. 47-20.20.H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. The parking areas of this RMM 25 zone property has uneven spaces and is not properly graded and require parking lot stripes. I've been in contact with the property management during my first meeting with them. They stated they had other projects lined up, including painting all the buildings, and we're going to hold on the seal and coating and striping. All the buildings were painted. They submitted building permit BLD-CPAV-21090006 in September of 2022. Due to other issues that would affect the seal coating and striping, they held off the permit, and another permit was applied in December. Permit BLD-CPAV-22120001 has been issued for commercial paving. Inspection report was posted on the property and a copy was mailed to the owner according to BCPA records. A pre-hearing inspection revealed the violation stated is not in compliance. I would like to enter the photos as evidence that show violations as depicted. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 12, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 22080328, case address 1620 Northwest 7th Street, owner Roberto Morisal, posted at property 11723, posted at City Hall 1/12/23. This case will be rescheduled. Next case, page 13, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22080870, case address 2508 Delmar Place, owner Delmar Las Olas LLC, posted at property 1323, posted at City Hall 1/12/23.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Cloyan for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22080870, Case address 2508 Delmar Place. This property was first inspected on September 4th, 2022 by Inspector Shariar, and the following violations were observed. 1812A, that has been complied. 9305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. There are dead palm fronds on the trees in the front yard, and there are weeds growing through the driveway pavers. 9-306 has also been complied. Pre-hearing inspection was conducted on January 25th, 2023, and the remaining violation is 9305B. City is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine in the amount of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 14, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22080601, case address 5701 Northeast 22nd Way. Owner David Knezevich, posted at property 11223, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good afternoon, Senior Inspector Cologne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 22080601, case address 5701 Northeast 22nd Way. This property was first inspected on August 25th, 2022, and the following violation was observed. 9-280H1, the wooden fence is in disrepair. There are missing, loose, broken, and warped slats. I have not had any contact from the property owner. It is listed as a vacation rental, and there's been no compliance with the fence. City's asking for 14 days to comply, or a fine in the amount of $200 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 14, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22090647, case address 209 North Birch Road. Owner Alhambra Place Condo Association, posted at property 1323, posted at City Hall 11223. And we do have a stipulated agreement for 77 days at $50 per day.
Say that, it's the stipulated agreement again?
77 days at $50 per day.
77, okay. So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 15, Inspector Dorian Cologne, Brian Roca presenting, case number CE 22090756, case address 2622 Aqua Vista Boulevard. Owner Mehmet A. Capin, posted at property 1323, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Roca on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 22090756, case address 2622 Aqua Vista Boulevard. This property was first inspected on September 29th, 2022 by Senior Inspector Cologne, and the following violations was observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its well. This is a reoccurring violation. See case number CE 21070001. This case will proceed to the special magistrate whether or not it's complied prior to the hearing. The violation is in compliance as depicted in the photos and entered for the record. The city is asking for the finding of fact.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next case, page 18, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22100021, case address 630 Northwest 22nd Road. Owner Edmund Villard, posted at property 122722, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good afternoon, Inspector Quintero Jr., presenting on behalf of the city. Case and address as read. This property was first inspected on 10/2/22, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A is complied. 47-19.1.c. There are vehicles being parked or stored on this vacant lot which has no primary use and is not permitted per the ULDR for this CB zoned property. This is a recurring violation of previous case number CE 220-20588. 47-21.11.a. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover and areas where gravel has been installed in place of living ground cover. Nuisance notice posted on the property on 10/2/22, and an inspection report was also mailed out to the owner listed on BCPA records. A pre-hearing inspection was conducted on 1/24/23, and the violation still exists. There has been no communication with the property owner. City is requesting 28 days to come into compliance or a fine of $50 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 19, Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 22090783, case address 2624 Tortugas Lane, owner Zane J. and Barbara L. Kelleher Revocable Family Trust, posted at property 011423, posted at City Hall 11223.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 22090783 in reference to the property 2624 Tortugas Lane. This property was initially cited on September 30th, 2022 under Section 8-91C due to a mooring structure in disrepair at the rear of this property. The dock was found to be unsafe and in unsatisfactory condition due to the missing panels and areas without support. Reinspection was performed on January 5th, 2023, of which the dock was found to remain in violation as per the photos depict. The city is requesting 63 days to comply or a fine of $150 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Next case, page 25, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22100478, case address 1000 Southeast 8th Street, owner Benjamin P. and Marjorie R. Coulter, posted at property 122922, posted at City Hall 11223.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Officer Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 22100478 for the property located at 1000 Southeast 8th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on October 13, 2022, and cited for the following violations. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers, boats parked, stored on the grass lawn area. This is a recurring violation. This case is presented to Special Magistrate as a recurrent violation for CE 201101155, whether or not it comes into compliance before the hearing. 47-34.1.8.1, there's illegal land use occurring at this RS8 residential single-family low-medium density property. There's outdoor storage of personal goods and materials, including but not limited to gas and diesel tanks, shipping crates of goods. 9-308B, there's debris, trash, and other elements which is not permanent on the roof. The roof is stained and or dirty. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover due to vehicles and vessels parked and stored on the grass lawn-covered area. This is a recurrent violation. This case is presented to you, Special Magistrate, as a recurrent violation for CE 201101155, whether it comes into compliance or not. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA on October 13th, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has not been made with the property owners or anybody that lives in the property. Special Magistrate request form sent on October 26th, scheduled for today's special master. Pre-hearing inspections were performed on January 23rd, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the following violations have not been brought into compliance. City is requesting the following, Your Honor. 9-304B, 10 days. 47-34.1.8.1, 10 days. Debris on 9-308B, 14 days. And 9-305B, 35 days. To come into compliance, or a daily fine of $50 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into records for evidence.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Next case, page 27, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22100784, case address 301 Northwest 8th Street, numbers 1 through 3, owner John J. Malik, posted at property 11323, posted at City Hall 11223.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, case and address as read. A complaint was received on 10/21/22 and an inspection was conducted the same day. The property was cited for 472020H. There are parking facilities that are not maintained at this property. Parking stripes are faded and not visible. The parking stops are dirty and asphalt has oil and grease stains. A reinspection was conducted on 11/23/22. Property remained in violation. As of January 19th, 2023, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 35 days or a fine of $75 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, page 28, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22080510, case address 2541 Cat K Lane, owner Salvatore J. and Rita F. Caruso, posted at property 11323, posted at City Hall 11223.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer, case and address as read. A complaint was received on 8/17/22 and a waterway inspection was conducted on 9/8/22 by Senior Officer Garcia. The property was cited for 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. Re-inspection was conducted on 10/14/22 and 12/1/22, and the property remained in violation. As of 12/1/22, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. More recent photos could not be obtained due to mechanical issues with the city's vessel, as the violation can only be observed from the waterway. The property owner has not attempted to contact this officer for a re-inspection. At this time, city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 28, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22100216, case address 420 Southeast 18th Court, numbers 1 through 3. Owner Smiling Enterprises, Inc., posted at property 11323, posted at City Hall 11223.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer. A complaint was received on 10/6/22 and an inspection was conducted the same day. The property was cited for 9-306. Exterior building fascia has not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior fascia that are dirty and stained. A re-inspection was conducted on 11/12/22 and the property remained in violation. The case was referred to Magistrate. As of January 19th, 2023, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, city is requesting 14 days to come into compliance or $50 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
14 days, $50 a day thereafter.
Yep.
Next case, page 29, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22100497, case address 3070 Southwest 17th Street, owner Rupert Lein, posted at property 11323, posted at City Hall 11223.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer. A complaint was received on 10/13/22 and an inspection was conducted the same day. Property is cited for 9-280H1. The fence of this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The fence is leaning over, missing upright supports and crossbars. I believe those are the wrong photos. A re-inspection was conducted on 11/16/22 and the property remained in violation as of January 19th, 2023. Property remains in violation as per the photos depict. There we go. At this time, city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you.
Next case, also page 29, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22110339, case address 2810 Riverland Road, owner 2810 Riverland LLC, posted at property 11323, posted at City Hall 11223.
Marco Aguilera, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Officer. A complaint was received on 11/17/22 and an inspection was conducted the same day. The property was cited for 9-304B. There is a vehicle parked on the grass lawn area, the Palazzo recreational vehicle with a Colorado tag, Charlie Uniform Yankee 964, expires 2020. And then 18-4-C, there is a derelict vehicle on the swale or on the property, Palazzo RV, Colorado tag, Charlie Uniform Yankee 964, expired in 2020. A re-inspection was conducted on 11/30/22, and the property remained in violation. As of January 19th, 2023, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. At this time, city is requesting 14 days to come into compliance or face a fine of $50 per day thereafter.
14 days or what?
Or $50 per day per violation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So ordered.
Next case, page 30, Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 22050140, case address 718 Southeast 17th Street, owner Jonah Properties LLC in care of Richard J. Rose, MD. This case was cited 5/4/22 to comply by 5/5/22, suspended 7/28/22 through 9/29/22. One section complied at $150 per day for a total of $29,250 accrued. City is requesting $994. Appeal deadline 6/2/22. Citation appeal received. And this is in order to reappear. The city is requesting that we impose the fines of $994.
So ordered.
Inspector, next page 31, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 221100414, case address 6711 Northwest 22nd Terrace, owner Kimberly Fitch. This case was cited 11/22/22 to comply by 12/7/22. One section complied at $200 for accrual of $1,000. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 12/7/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 221100411, case address 5900 Northeast 14th Lane, owner Sammy Hanna and Maha Hanna. This case was cited 11/21/22 to comply by 12/6/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $9,800 accrued. City is requesting full amount. Appeal deadline 12/6/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 221100458, case address 2600 Northeast 21st Court, owner Roy Carr 2214 LLC. This case was cited 11/22/22 to comply by 12/7/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,400 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 12/7/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 221100211, case address 1220 Northeast 16th Avenue, owner John Luke Barrett Revocable Living Trust, John Luke Barrett trustee. This case was cited 11/14/22 to comply by 11/15/22. One section complied at $400 per day, $15,200 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 11/29/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, page 32, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 221100185, case address 1642 Northeast 8th Street, owner Tom Asselin. Case was cited 11/10/22 to comply by 11/25/22. One section not complied at $200 per day, $12,400 accrued. City is requesting full amount. Fines continue to accrue. Appeal deadline 11/25/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 221100650, case address 19 Southwest 8th Avenue, owner Home Solution LLC. This case was cited 12/15/22 to comply by 12/30/22. One section not complied at $200 per day, $5,400 accrued. City is requesting full amount. Fines continue to accrue. Appeal deadline 12/30/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Pat Gavin, case number CE 221100409, case address 1244 Northeast 1st Avenue, owner Brianna I. Thomas. This case was cited 11/21/22 to comply by 12/6/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $1,400 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 12/6/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, page 33, Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 200060969, case address 1432 Northwest 3rd Avenue, owner Ari Property Fund LLC. This case was first heard 10/28/20, cited 7/4/20 to comply by 7/9/20. One section complied at $200 per day, $3,000 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 7/19/20. No appeal received. This is an order to vacate the order imposing fine of 10/28/20 and reimpose.
So ordered.
Next case, Patrice Jolly, case number CE 220200172, case address 1500 Northeast 12th Street, owner Christopher Coles and T. Penner Trust, Christopher Coles trustee, and all others. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/1/22. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount. Fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 34, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22110303, case address 3704 North Ocean Boulevard. Owner MSKP called Ocean LLC. This case was cited 11/15/22 to comply by 11/29/22. One section not complied at $150 per day, $8,700 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. The fines continue to accrue. Appeal deadline 11/30/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, page 35, Inspector Dorian Cologne, case number CE 22110578, case address 2808 Northeast 26th Avenue, owner Diego Linares and Martha Ruiz. This case was cited 11/29/22 to comply by 12/4/22. One section complied at $200 per day, $3,400 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Appeal deadline 12/14/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, page 36, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 22110657, case address 1500 Northwest 7th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Corbell G. Cooper. This case was cited 12/1/22 to comply by 12/16/22. One section not complied at $250 per day, $10,250 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Fines continue to accrue. Appeal deadline 12/16/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, page 37, Inspector John Claude Noel, case number CE 22110659, case address 653 Northwest 15th Street, owner Corbell G. Cooper and Hilda Cooper. This case was cited 12/1/22 to comply by 12/16/22. One section not complied at $250 per day, $10,250 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. Fines continue to accrue. Appeal deadline 12/16/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, page 37, Inspector Rachel Moore. Case number CE 22030941, case address 611 Carolina Avenue. Owner Mildred Washington, first heard 7/12/22 to comply by 8/2/22. One suspension 11/9/22 through 11/23/22. Four sections complied at $50 per day, $9,650 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 38, case number CE 22040843, case address 1324 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner John Jules de los Fuentes. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg. This case was first heard 8/9/22 to comply by 9/6/22. One suspension 10/27/22 through 12/1/22. One section complied at $25 per day, $675 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 40, Inspector Bernstein Sandberg. Case number CE 22020341, case address 1309 Northwest 7th Terrace, owner Gerard P. Pond. This case was first heard 4/12/22 to comply by 5/10/22 and 6/14/22. There are two suspensions notated on the agenda. Three sections complied at $50 per day, $6,000 accrued. The city is requesting $997.84.
So ordered.
Next case, page 43. Inspector Bernstein Sandberg, case number CE 22040999, case address 1038 Northwest 8th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Indus LLC. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/24/22. Four sections not complied at $50 per day, $12,600 accrued. City is requesting the full amount and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 46. Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 22050260, case address 901 West Las Olas Boulevard, owner Tatari Donenbol. This case was first heard 8/25/22 to comply by 12/1/22. One section not complied at $100 per day, $5,600 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Manuel Garcia, case number CE 22050724, case address 709 Southwest 4th Court, numbers 1 through 7, owner SAP Reholdings LLC. This case was first heard 8/25/22 to comply by 12/1/22. Three sections not complied at $50 per day, $8,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 49, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22070098, case address 917 Northwest 3rd Avenue, numbers 1 through 4, owner 916 Northwest 3rd Avenue, LLC. This case was first heard 10/11/22 to comply by 11/15/22. 8 sections not complied at $100 per day, $57,600 accrued. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 50, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22080193, case address 846 Northwest 4th Avenue, owner Huguette Valcourt. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/1/22. 4 sections not complied at $25 per day, $5,600 accrued. 1 section complied at $25 per day, $100 accrued, for a total of $5,700. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 50, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22010458, case address 441 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner Urban Flagler LLC. This case was first heard 4/12/22 to comply by 12/1/22. There are 2 suspensions noted on the agenda. 1 section complied at $50 per day, $3,150 accrued. City is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
Next case, page 52, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22060091, case address 513 Northeast 4th Street, owner 515 Inc. This case was first heard 11/9/22 to comply by 11/23/22, then 12/14/22. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, $5,350 accrued. The city is requesting full amount. Fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 52, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22070058, case address 1416 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Shanice McCoy. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/1/22. 2 sections not complied at $25 per day, $2,800 accrued. City is requesting full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 53, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22070406, case address 702 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner Dream Builders Trust, Land Trust Service Corp. trustee. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/1/22. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 22110655, case address 925 Northwest 2nd Avenue, owner Corbell Cooper. This case was cited 12/7/22 to comply by 12/23/22. 1 section not complied at $200 per day, $7,000 accrued. City is requesting the full amount. The fines continue to accrue. Appeal deadline 12/22/22. No appeal received.
So ordered.
Next case, page 54, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 22070195, case address 1610 Northwest 9th Avenue, owner Haiti Rodriguez. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/1/22. 2 sections complied at $25 per day, $650 accrued. The city is requesting no fines.
So ordered.
He wanted to present. Okay. Next case, Inspector Bovary Exantis, case number CE 22040230, case address 1626 Northwest 11th Place, owner Mervyn O. Barnett. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/15/22. One section not complied at $25 per day, $1,050 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
Your Honor, I'd like to read that in.
Okay.
As of now, the case is in compliance. The city is requesting administrative costs, which is $210. The case came to compliance as of this morning. I re-inspected it this morning.
Okay. So ordered.
Thank you. $210.
So ordered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, page 55. Inspector Bovary Xantus, case number CE 22050135, case address 1613 Northwest 11th Street, owner FYRSFR Borrower LLC, in care of Havenbrook Homes. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 12/1/22. Four sections complied at $250 per day, $35,000 accrued. Three sections not complied at $250 per day, $42,000 accrued. Total of $77,000 accrued. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 59. Inspector Bovary Xantus, case number CE 22060450, case address 400 Northwest 15th Avenue, owner Melinda Ann Fed, Elliot Nat Fed. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/24/22. One section not complied at $25 per day, $1,575 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 61, Inspector Bovary Xantus, case number CE 22040261, case address 1853 Lauderdale Manor Drive, owner Kenneth M. Knight Estates. This case was first heard 8/25/22 to comply by 10/27/22. 8 sections not complied at $50 per day, $36,400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 66, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., Patrice Jolly presenting. Case number CE 22070381, case address 748 Northwest 22nd Road, owner Express Media Printing LLC. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/17/22. One section not complied at $250 per day, $17,500 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 66, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr., case number CE 22080089, case address 2209 Northwest 6th Place, owner Astros Lopez Luis Hector. This case was first heard 11/9/22 to comply by 12/14/22. Two sections not complied at $25 per day, $2,150 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page 67, Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22040587, case address 1004 Southwest 4th Avenue, owner Abdul Rahami. This case was first heard 6/30/22 to comply by 8/4/22. One section not complied. Is it complied? Okay, this case is complied, and the city is requesting no fines. And this is in order to vacate and rehear.
Okay. All right, the order's vacated and no fines, so ordered.
Next case, page 69, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 22030212, case address 1441 Southwest 32nd Street, owner Franchak Properties LLC. This case was first heard 6/14/22 to comply by 8/16/22. One suspension 8/25/22 through 11/24/22. Two sections complied at $25 per day, $400 accrued. The city is requesting the full amount.
So ordered.
Next case, page 70, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 2203-0996, case address 1057 Southwest 30th Street, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Peter John Aiello. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/24/22. Two sections not complied at $25 per day, $3,150 accrued. City is requesting the full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, also page 70, Inspector Marco Aguilera, case number CE 2207-0004, case address 2001 Southwest 23rd Terrace, owner Carl Shelton Estates. This case was first heard 10/27/22 to comply by 11/24/22. Two sections not complied at $25 per day, $3,150 accrued. City is requesting full amount, and the fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Next case, page number 71, Inspector Bernstein Sambert, case number CE 2109-0094, case address 417 Northwest 15th Terrace, owner Maxine Davis. This case was first heard 3/24/22 to comply by 7/28/22. There's one suspension, 7/28/22 through 1/26/23. Two sections not complied at $25 per day, $4,300 accrued. And the property owner could not be present at today's hearing due to health conditions. The owner is receiving assistance from the city due to her circumstances, and the city will grant an additional 119 days.
Okay. So ordered.
Next case, page 72. This one. Okay. Inspector Gail Williams, Dorian Cologne, presenting case number CE 22080909, case address 1429 Miami Road, owner Mary McCurry. This case was first heard 12/13/22 to comply by 1/24/23. Two sections not complied at $50 per day for $100 accrued. And the fines continue to accrue. The city has agreed to $35 per day on each violation that's not complied.
Okay. 35-day extension?
Yeah. I'm sorry, 35 additional days extension.
Okay, so ordered.
The city is requesting to enter pages 73 and 74 in today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases. And this concludes the special magistrate hearing agenda for January 26, 2023.
So ordered.